of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 federal election. It's wonderful to be here in sunny Ipswich at the invitation of Member for Blair. It's great to be here. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 4th of August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof of official transcripts and proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website as well. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of this committee. I now welcome the Professor John Cole, OAM, to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Professor, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am John Cole, Professor John Cole, Emeritus Professor at the Institute for Resilient Regions, University of Southern Queensland, which I think is now called the Institute for Regional and Community Development. And I appear here today as one versed, I guess, in public affairs dating back over 40 years now, and particularly at the invitation of the Member for Blair, the Honourable Shane Newman. My background most recently over the past 20 years has been very much involved in regional resilience work in regional Australia, and the question of the 2025 election, which is...
Sorry, Mr. Cole, I just need to read just a little statement here before you get into your statement there. No, that's okay. Thanks for providing us your credentials there. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence you give today will be recorded by Hansard and, importantly, attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The invitation, as I say, to appear here today came from the Member for Blair, and it probably arises a little bit from the fact that we spend a bit of time out here watching rugby league from time to time, talking about what's happening in the world at large, and particularly in the world of Australian politics. So when he invited me to come and make presentation to the committee, I thought about it, and it made me think very hard about what are the lessons from the most recent election, and what might I say that might add some value. And I guess I've looked at this very much in terms of community development, regional Australia, and someone who was a background in Australian history. And indeed, I'd say probably I'm one of those rare Australians who actually, along with Geoffrey Blaney and Chris Herford and a few others, actually believe that we probably needed more states in our federation, because we never quite got around to developing the northern part of our continent. That's another story, but it links into what I want to say about what I think is happening with politics, the election, our democracy, and really what's happening in Australian society. My first point would be that I think we shouldn't confuse day-to-day politics with the structural issues. If you like, the outcome of the federal election was a result of normal electoral process. Nothing funny about that. But one of the most important things I think that comes from understanding firstly that the structural things happening in the background are largely demographic. We have a younger population. We have a growing geographic divide, if you like, between rural and urban Australia to some degree, and there is a rapid change afoot occurring in our social and psychological and other processes facilitated by technology, particularly social media. And we don't, I think, achieve anything by confusing that. There's much background noise, and as professional politicians, you're all well versed in understanding what that background noise might be. The civic strategy that you recommended in your most recent report is fundamental to empowering and enabling and bringing ordinary Australians into the democratic process. And there's no doubt that a failure in our education system, particularly to emphasise citizenship and civic behaviour, has gone some way to perhaps creating unrealistic expectations, disengaged views of government and what government might do. Joe Hockey talked about the age of entitlement being over 10 years ago. A fellow called Hancock Keith Hancock, one of our most eminent historians, talked about Australians seeing their government as the great commissariat, as a historian dating it back to our convict origins in early European settlement. That said, there's no doubt that the processes of the most recent election showed that the parties of government are being challenged by the parties of protest, that there is a frustration out there, and it is a shared frustration between old and young Australians for very different reasons, rural and urban Australians, and again, as politicians, I'm sure you all know that firsthand. But this change is challenging our traditional thinking about our institutions, our approaches, and I think it begs the question as to what we might do in terms of governance particularly, as to how we reflect those changes and keep connected the average Australian to our democratic processes, so that we are both resilient in our democracy and strengthened in our social cohesion. There's a whole kinds of challenges and threats that arise to that, but again, some of that is noise and shouldn't be confused. But there's no doubt that across the Western world particularly, there is, in recent times, growing disalienation and a challenge in terms of the extremes to what we would consider the traditional democratic process. So the business as usual model of the duopoly of the major parties at the moment, not in question, but certainly it's been challenged, and partly that's reflected of people feeling frustrated with what government is doing for them. And no doubt, as we all sit here today on two of the major newspapers, although being a baby boomer, I'm in a very distinct minority because I read newspapers. But at the moment, of course, parliamentary entitlements are in the front page. I can remember 40 years ago working in Ian Sinclair's office doing exactly the same thing, going through and auditing travel for staff, for the boss, etc. It's one of those issues, and there's an old term used at the moment around passing the pub test. I mean, underlining everything here is there is still a degree, notwithstanding all the fragmentation, there is a consensus and there is still a dominant, if you like, Australian culture, a dominant or at least a predominant view of what we expect of our parliamentarians, our parliamentary processes. Is it well understood? Is it educated? No. I mean, there's no doubt that the rise of protest in part reflects a number of things. The fueling input of social media, the lack of education, or lack of knowledge, I should say, about what actually is involved in our public processes. And I have to give an example here of the Governor-General at the moment. I think is doing an excellent job of showing through her social media just what's involved, because she's helping demystify the process of the structures and institutions of our government and our system of governance, which I think is kind of the example we need to see to some degree. But there is no simple one-size-fits-all here. I'm not going to go through what happened in the election. You all know about that. But certainly this point about the tectonic plates moving, maybe, certainly the age factor is important. This election was the first election where people who were born after the invention and release of the iPhone actually voted. And when I walked into this room, I saw an entire committee, and I myself have been doing the same. We've been engaged with our iPhones, our screens. This is a fundamentally different thing to the world of Canberra that I worked in during the era of the Hawke-Keating government, for example, and the Howard-Sinclair opposition. It's a world away. It's a totally different place. And our systems of governance, I think, in government have to come to that realisation that it's important to have traditions and traditional institutions. This is what gives us rigour and strength, but at the same time, they need to be adaptive. And that's why I think resilience is, and going back to the work I've done in regional Queensland, for example, particularly, that the best thing we can do is bring to bear in our national citizenship. I'm using Shane's word here because I think it's a great point he makes about it's important to emphasise civics, but citizenship's what it's about. And I don't think the average Australian citizen actually knows what citizenship means, because it's never been the subject of a popular major discussion. And indeed, just like when we vote in referenda, not knowing what we're actually doing, because none of us, or not none of us, but certainly the majority of us don't actually know what the Constitution is. And I certainly know from my own personal experience and involvement in this process that, most Australians would go to a referendum not knowing that they are voting about our Constitution. And so there's still a lot of work. And your 23 recommendations in your most recent report, I can only say, as a committee, I'd be commending to you to monitor and promote and argue and make the point that these things need to happen, because it's an important report, it's fundamental, but remember, it only involves the Australians who will vote tomorrow, the Australians still at school. There is a citizenship and civics challenge more generally afoot, and I think that's where we need to focus. And it starts, I think, if I can conclude my opening remarks by saying, let's build resilience in our democracy by grounding the pillars of our national civics discourse in resilient strategy. That means resilient democracy, cohesive society and adaptive governance. 5 points I'd make. Create community awareness and understanding through shared civic facts. There's a need somehow beyond addressing misinformation and disinformation to have some kind of, and I think you recommended this in your most recent report, some kind of platform that is objective, that is moderated and qualified, so that people can have confidence in what they're reading and what they might know. It's fact-checking on a broad level, if you like. But it's not censorship. Let's not confuse the structural things we're trying to talk about here with the normal argy-bargy of partisan debate. The second point I'd make is that we will build our more robust and resilient democracy by mobilising the broad social diversity of our communities. The simple reality is that most people see politics being the subject of the political class. We like to pride ourselves of being an egalitarian society, but the only time we really talk about class these days is the political class, and that involves industry, and we saw this happen through the most recent debate over the referendum on our most recent referendum. But certainly there was a view that the elites were conspiring together, and of course this gives rise to populist the rise of populist politicians and politics, and that in itself reflects a very limited understanding of the complexities and detail of it all. So if we can involve people by encouraging participation, and it might be that we look at parliamentary representation, as I keep saying to everyone that I talk to about this. I think of your 220 colleagues in Canberra, 222, 220, can't quite remember, about 8 come from north of the Tropic of Capricorn. I mean, there is Edmund Barton talked about a country for a continent, or a nation for a continent, and a continent for a nation. Our fact is our nation is very localised in the southeast, and we're, I think, missing a point. And in regional Australia, it is the source of grievance, because it's the source of, it's all about the cities and not about us. So that broad diversity thing, I think, is a factor which is both social and geographic. But of course, we can't rely too just on the AEC doing all the work in our process. We've got to make sure that we work to integrate across the board where we can civics and our electoral processes, and that means probably being a lot more going back to old-fashioned things like using community libraries and organisations. Here at the Ipswich Jets, we have Indigenous Day and we have a celebration of defence, because being Ipswich, of course, we've got Amberley. We use sport, in other words, and the Ipswich Jets is a good example of an organisation that is essentially about sport and community development, that makes a point about citizenship and civics, if you like, when our players run out onto that field wearing the jerseys, and there's a whole point of awareness and pride about it. So, there's ways about how we can integrate, I think, what we see as being the political civics process with other things like sport and culture. I think one of the most important things about resilience, and this is one of the things we do in small regional communities particularly, is work with people on the ground to what we call optimise self-organisation, help people understand that the government is not the first resort, it's the last resort. That before we run off to George Street or Canberra asking for a grant, we work out what we can do ourselves. This is something that is I think across the Australian community, with the demise of volunteerism and other things, it's something that we all must have a shared interest in reversing, that helping people understand, don't go off to the Great Commissariat, start with self-organisation. How do we get all the people we need? I mean, this is work I've done in regional Western communities for coaching people, mayors included, about how to get people involved, including the churches, including the sporting groups, etc., not just the business community, to bring together so we solve problems locally, work out a shared view of things. So it's this grassroots up stuff, because we have, all of us here, we must have a shared interest in moderating the expectations people have about how much government can do for them. It's not unlimited, and anyone that's in a party of government will understand what I'm saying. The final thing I'd say about resilience, and it's the fifth principle of resilience, is build adaptive capacity. And that means, of course, being part of the change ourselves. It's not just about what we do to help people manage themselves or become better citizens or more informed citizens, more empowered. It's what do we do with government processes, electoral processes, etc. But whatever we do, the most important thing we're going to do is involve people in the process, because at the moment it's that sense of disengagement or alienation, frustration, distance from the process, as we're seeing at the moment with the current debate about travel entitlements, that gives us lessons to contemplate. So, Mr Chair, with those remarks, I'm happy to take questions. And
thank you, Professor. I really appreciate your insight, particularly from your expertise in regional and rural Australia, and that's sort of where my questions are likely to start. One of the terms of reference this committee has is to look at the composition of the parliament as a whole, so senators and members. And some of the evidence we've received today is pretty in favour of increasing the size of the parliament, particularly to ensure that the regions still have seats that remain exclusively regional, rather than the sort of mega seats that we have that, and we'll head towards where there's, you know, a condensed section of population towards the urban fringes, and then this vast landmass. How important is it, do you feel, that a parliament has members that almost exclusively represent regional and rural communities, not these sort of hybrid seats that are starting to exist?
There's a word called sovereignty, and I don't mean it in the sense it's been kicked around. I mean it in the sense of what it really means, and that is people feeling that they have some connection to the decisions made about them and for them through the representative democracy. The size of our states is part of the challenge. With respect, the Deputy Chair is a good example from Tasmania. 5 senators, 500,000 people. I mean, it's
12 senators.
12 senators. What am I talking about? Five members of the House. Yeah. The point being is that there was an example of where the writers of our Constitution made that point, that, you know, all the existing colonies were going to have their say, and there's been and we haven't been able to revisit that as a country. We don't seem to have the capacity to think about how we might modernise, update our Constitution. You know, the United States added 35 states after their Constitution. Canada 4. Even the Federal Republic of Germany has done something since 1949 in terms of states. So this idea that we are enshrined in concrete in the past is part of the problem here. Because once you start talking about how do we get more regional representation or more equitable representation in the north, you have to start thinking about regional weightings. You know, it's not too long ago that we had a long discussion here in this state, particularly about gerrymandering. But you know, if you could come up with a process that created more seats, well then it would certainly mean that someone like David Littleproud would probably have a seat smaller than the size of Western Europe, and arguably there's no equity for a person living in Maranoa, for example, compared to someone living in the middle of Sydney or Melbourne, in terms of their access to their politician. That, like everything else, access to healthcare, GPs, whatever, banks, post offices, any number of things you can think of that they struggle with. So, I mean, certainly a bigger parliament would mean more seats, but then is it going to pass the pub test? I don't know that Australians themselves, and I find this, arguing for more states, because people say the last thing we need are more politicians. And that tells me that I think we haven't had an informed discussion about what we should expect from politics, and maybe in the process it reflects too the frustration we have with broader constitutional reform. It's very difficult to get people engaged in it.
From the evidence we've received and my brief research on history, I don't think increasing the parliament has ever had community support, and it certainly also hasn't
Not
been
this week, it won't, I can tell you.
Certainly also hasn't been bipartisan. Do you think that that's a requirement for if Parliament were to increase the size, that it should be bipartisan, or should government or should a majority be enough to do something like this?
Well, I mean, I think with constitutional reform, without bipartisan support, it doesn't happen.
There's more legislation in terms of increasing the parliament.
Well, if it can be done that way, but at the same time, it then becomes a matter of partisan debate. I would have thought that, I'll use the term political class, should have an interest in working together as much as possible here, putting the day-to-day stuff aside for a minute in terms of looking at really what are the fundamental things that we need to do here. And I was personally involved in something here in Queensland which I thought was a really interesting example. It was the best thing that Campbell Newman ever did, and no one remembers it. It was called the Queensland Plan. And what was involved in that was an extensive community engagement process. It challenged this idea that people are not interested. 80,000 Queenslanders showed up at schools, on people's decks, backyards or whatever, to talk about the 30-year future of the state. The fact that it was engineered, though, in, well, it wasn't so much partisan, but it certainly was never bipartisan, and that was partly the problem of it. That the moment Anastasia Palaszczuk became Premier, she gave it lip service, but it wasn't continued. And that's partly the problem here, that we don't seem to be able to have, at the level, in public at least, a bipartisan, cross-party consensus on some of these fundamental points. And I think that's a challenge for the country. I think people actually expect it, and yet the political class don't seem to be able to achieve it. Part of the alienation or frustration comes, I think, from people believing that all you guys do is fight amongst yourselves, rather than focus on what really matters to people. And certainly that's one of the messages from the 2025 election. Let's not confuse day-to-day politics and Labor, Liberal, etc., with the underlying tectonic changes that I'm talking about here.
Look, I've got more questions, but I'm just aware of time. I'll pass on to the Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for coming along, Professor. I was curious in your point that you made a couple of times about the battle of expectation versus reality, which is the day-to-day stuff that you've just been talking about. And also your comments about it as a historian, the cycles that we see in community disenchantment, if you like, which is accelerating at the moment. Do you think that the advent of mass media in the way that we're now able to consume it is perhaps accelerating some of those cycles? And I'm thinking about going back to the beginning of the last century when there was a whole series of community upheavals around governance and government. and then laying that against the expectation versus reality of what we can or should deliver is a bit of a theme in what you're saying?
Absolutely. Senator, the rise of social media and the demise of mainstream traditional media is one of the 2025 election demonstrated that. Peter Dutton won in the mainstream media. Anthony Albanese was all over the social media. There's no doubt that the divergence of approach there reflected, and also reflected the age thing of the. I'm a baby boomer. My generation voted Conservative. A whole pile of other Australians, younger Australians particularly, voted Green, Independent, Labor, and those preferences all flowed one way, and that's why we have I think a 94-seat Labor government at the moment. So no doubt that social media is accelerating that, but it's also the nature of the discussion. I have a Twitter account that I look at professionally. That is, I don't do much on it because, frankly, I find the tenor of expression on the thing just so offensive. I mean, I take my hat off to you guys in public life because what you have to put up with in terms of the vitriol, the offensive, disgusting way people talk on social media, it's got to be a disincentive in itself for ordinary people to want to be involved in public life. So the social media thing is one of the things that's important. We've just made a big, important, world-leading law around social media and young people. But we've still got the rest of the population to think about. And again, as I say, this doesn't involve censorship, but we've somehow got to bring the discussion back to underlying behaviours, what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, because at the moment social media has unleashed the awful side of human nature, and we see that in the discourse there. It's not civic and it's not civil, but certainly social media in itself is exacerbating. As I say, it's throwing gasoline on the fire in terms of fueling polarisation, disenchantment. We see it in families. It's even in my own family. We have discussions these days about, the truth of things, the reality of things, because we live in a post-truth world. We live in a world where truth is now a matter of opinion. There's a great book written called The Death of Expertise. These days the internet means everyone can have the same opinion, can have an opinion, but it's given an equivalence in terms of expertise. So you might be an expert, but it doesn't matter. You're just one more opinion these days. And climate, energy, all the big issues we can talk about, social welfare, NDIS, anything you can think of, defence, everyone's got an opinion.
So in terms of franchising regional Australia, which is your expertise, taking all of that noise out, what is the most effective thing that we could do in terms of our terms of reference to ensure the capacity of a local MP to be connected to their community in terms of the way that Parliament is structured? So does that mean increasing representation, which provides more capacity or of ensuring? You mentioned Maranoa. I live in regional Tasmania, which is different conceptually to here on the North Island, but ensuring that there is that local connection in terms of the political representation that we have?
I think there's a way to do it. The simple population numbers in most of regional Australia, inland regional Australia, because I mean there's two regions. We're the only country in the world, by the way, where when we talk about regional, we mean outside the metropolitan centre. In Europe, the word region means something very different. But regional Australia is very much, at the moment, the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast are considered to be part of regional Australia. I'd call that coastal urban Australia, and it's a very different region to, say, inland New South Wales and Queensland, where the simple reality is that the population numbers won't see much of a change in terms of, if we increase the parliament by 10 seats, that's not going to see, it will see a change on coastal regional Australia, and there's a merit in that, but certainly in the areas that bleed most and need most in terms of a voice in Canberra for resourcing and investment, and I'm thinking particularly of Northern Australia, it's not going to make much of a difference, I don't think. I think a more functional way in the first instance, short of that kind of reform, would be to work with the regional councils, and by that I mean the alliances of councils. I mean the Western Queensland Alliance of Councils is a great example. 17 councils, I think, out there that do that. RAPID, the Remote Area and Planning Board, 9 councils in central Western Queensland. They're very effective at bringing together their very limited resources. More direct involvement with that, notwithstanding the fact that the states hate it, when the federal level of government starts working directly with local government. There's always a turf war implication there. But that said, regional Australians are pretty good at organising themselves already because they have to. They have institutions that could, I think, be conduits. You've got the RDA framework, but the RDA framework varies state by state. There's no consistency in it. In this state, the RDAs have never had the impact or the influence or status that they have in southern states, for example. And it comes back to regional, state politics particularly in explaining that. But certainly maximising the institutional engagement with local government and coalitions of local government. There's the South East Queensland Council of Mayors, there's the Western mayors, that they all have their own regional organisation of councils, and I think they are the kind of things that most directly would be the conduit to help.
One last question, thanks, Chair. And that goes to your point around the structure of the Commonwealth, and you mentioned a couple of times the number of states and changes that have been made in other jurisdictions, and the welded shut nature of what we have, if you like. How would you see that manifesting if that was?
I'd see 14 states.
14 states.
I'd see a state for every major regional economy in Australia, aligned with a community of interest. And I'd see a Senate reflective of that, and so that while it is one of the great constraints and at times challenges in American political life, the American Senate with 2 representatives, Wyoming has more senators than it has members of the House of Representatives, but it does mean that state has always been able to have access and influence in Washington, that part of the American nation. So, but Chris Herford wrote a paper on this years ago, and Geoffrey Blaney is another one that talks about our federation being stillborn. The states have a vested interest. Henry Parkes was the essential architect of the current constitutional shape of our nation, and it was done to protect New South Wales as a vested interest. That is, the only loser in the process of designing a new federation of different states was going to be New South Wales, because much of it would have gone to Victoria, some of it to Queensland, etc., etc. And so in that process, in the 21st century, I keep saying that if we want to see the Barton vision realised, we're going to have to see sovereign powers devolved across the nation outside of Brisbane and Perth, which covers half the continent between them. That in itself creates a real challenge for governance and for ever seeing sovereignty rested in those parts of the country at the moment which are we call remote. So 14 states would do it.
And then members of each of the two chambers managed proportionately based on those numbers.
Yeah, and you, I mean, the whole point is that you'd end up with a Senate that mightn't have 12 representatives. I mean, there'd have to be some kind of structural redesign there too, but at the same time what you'd end up with is a national parliament, a federal parliament made up of states that represented all of the country. Members may not remember, but in 1927 or thereabouts, we had a place called Centralia. Remember Centralia? It lasted 4 years. I mean, there's been a fleeting interest in sort of looking at, you know, boundaries and things like that, and the idea of vesting sovereignty in parts of Australia which haven't enjoyed it so far. But we haven't really had that conversation, and universally it's seen as just being too hard. And that's probably the biggest disappointment of all, is that we say it's too hard to think about ourselves and our future and the shape of our own federation.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland's okay. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you so much. Interesting proposal. How do you think, given the resistance that many of us have heard from our constituents around the possibility of increasing the number of people in Parliament, how do you think that the proposal of an increased number of states would be met?
Dr. Ryan, I think it goes to the point that, you know, it can't be you that introduces this topic. The political class, or if you like, the Australian Parliament, has to look to its critical friends. And they will be institutions and they will be social organisations to foster this discussion. But I made that point before, it's too hard or it can't be done, is when a politician says that, it kills it off, you know, and rather than kill off conversation or discussion about some of these problematical, complex, difficult issues, maybe it would be best if the Parliament through its representatives, encourage conversation, discussion about it through the different organisations. So I think looking to your critical friends, whether they be, and it's not just universities, universities have their own social licence issue at the moment, but I'm thinking of civic organisations, public organisations that have an interest, whether it be institutes, quasi-political groups, I guess, but groups that have got an interest in constitutional reform, etc. There's got to be ways of getting the conversation out there, because it's a discussion we're not having at the moment, and it's not encouraged. And I would have thought that this comes back to moderating expectations in government. We shouldn't always look to the Parliament to do everything for us. Change can't always just be something you guys manage or initiate. It's something, in fact, that has to be facilitated in the community at large. And I think that comes back to the point of how the Parliament collaborates, in fact, with other organisations, with other institutions, to encourage it, whether it be through the National Cabinet down. But there's a sense that, you know, we don't do this for you. You have to do this yourselves. If there is to be a discussion, it has to involve more than 3 or 4 historians. It's got to be something out there in the community, and people will say, but you know, we're struggling with cost of living, and we've got our focus on our daily grind, etc. I think that undersells Australians. You know, the fact is we do have mandatory voting in this country, and yet 94% of us turn out, and only 5% of us vote informal. People do take it seriously. I saw that when 80,000 Queenslanders showed up to be part of the Queensland plan, and we brought a fellow out from America, Stephen Ames, who was an expert in community development facilitation, to show the people how to do it, and because it's possible. I think people are interested if the conversation, the discourse changes a bit, because at the moment we're feeding into this negative discourse all the time, and it becomes self-fulfilling. And it's just propelling polarisation, it's propelling a sense of hopelessness on the part of our youth, and a part of frustration and anxiety on the part of our elderly who feel that everything is lost. And I don't think that's needed. As I said at the outset, we need to separate the background noise out of this and get focus on the fundamentals.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms Campbell? Okay. Mr Newman?
John, you talked about truth and social discourse and social media and the political, and sort of almost a sort of Malthus sort of bleak picture at some stage. What's your concepts and your view on truth and advertising? And South Australia, for example, the Electoral Commission has the capacity to enforce and make decisions in relation to that. The Australian Electoral Commission does not. What's your view on that?
It's a very difficult area because it's the grey area between ideological difference and this notion that somehow we can impose objectivity on the political debate. So I'm probably conservative on that, Shane. I think that you'd have to watch it, but there's no doubt that there is where there is blatant mistruth, and I think the AEC have this facility already through their disinformation facility that they have to check and to correct disinformation, particularly when it's viral out there about stolen votes, or I mean it's the American situation, and there's no doubt that there's been some spillover from the American situation through cable TV, etc., into the Australian political ethos. That's fostered this stuff, and also through social media. It's going to be hard, and I think I'd leave that best to the politicians and the political parties themselves, because the major parties particularly, I know you both have rapid response capacities to be able to check this stuff through your own social media, but at the same time that's not going to necessarily leave people clearer about the reality. I think that's, and this comes back to your most recent report. A civically empowered or informed group of people are more likely to make better decisions, more confident decisions, and have more trust and confidence in their institutions. No doubt about that. And the other thing, I'll show my age here as a baby boomer and as a beneficiary of something called free tertiary education. The places that have free tertiary education, most of them are Nordic. They also have the highest highest trust in institutions. There's no doubt there's a correlation between education, connection, and trust and institutions and confidence to be able to make informed decisions. You represent an area called peri-urban Australia. It's one of the areas that's right in the middle of all of this, where young people, particularly aspirational Australians, haven't got time to think about things too much and are not sure. And indeed, from what I've seen, the peri-urban Australian, the 2 million that live on the edge of the cities, they themselves are a unique group with their own issues and struggle with some of this stuff because of the level of misinformation and other things. And I don't know whether you saw that in your own recent campaign.
My final question is this, John. You seem to favour, if I'm right, the idea of increasing the size of Parliament, but we should put a greater emphasis on support for local government, because people can make decisions, and that's the most sort of efficient way, and you want to empower people and recognise the local decision making. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've worked with both sides of the major political parties, but essentially I'm a Jeffersonian. That is, grassroots up. You work from the grassroots up, and as I say, before you do anything, before you go to George Street or Canberra, work out what you can do yourself. So it's about the community level of mobilisation, and if the Australian Parliament can do anything to help build social cohesion, it will deliver obviously effective government programs, but equally it will make sure that it helps people participate and also organise at the local grassroots level. And that comes back to your social capital, your social organisations, and the facilities that allow communities to function effectively.
Thanks.
Mr Burnell?
No question.
No, you're right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Cole. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat? by Friday the 9th of January. You'll receive a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any errors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks
It's been a
for
pleasure being here.
No, it's
Thank you.
fantastic
Thank you for the
to hear
opportunity.
Just before we call on the next witness, can I ask that a member of the committee move that the committee receive and publish submissions 259 to 261 to the inquiry? Happy to do that. Thank you, Dr. Ryan. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Excellent. I now welcome the Honourable Rachel Nolan to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Rachel Nolan. The submission that I've made and the capacity in which I appear is my personal capacity. I'm not representing any organisation, and more specifically that capacity is that I was an election volunteer on the Labor campaign for Blair at the 2025 election.
Thank you, Ms Nolan. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make your opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thanks, Chair. I will endeavour to tell the truth. Perhaps I'll, in making some opening remarks, perhaps I'll tell you sort of three things: who I am, what I saw, and what I think it means. But I will endeavour to do that reasonably briefly. John Cole, who I know well, began by referring to his age. My opening gambit is that I have been working on polling booths in Ipswich since 1993. So I've been actively involved in the ALP here, and indeed in politics more broadly in Ipswich for many decades. Most of that experience has been as an ordinary volunteer, but it is relevant that I was the member for Ipswich and a state cabinet minister. I was an MP from 2001 until 2012. I've also been a campaign director, both at state and federal levels. So I have a great deal of experience of sort of what is normal in local politics. The reason that I came and wanted to speak to the committee is that there were some experiences of the 2025 election here in Blair which were notably unusual. I've written a brief submission to the committee, but I appreciate that you may not all have had the opportunity to read it. So I was not in 2025 involved in campaign organisation in any way, wasn't a part of a campaign committee, was essentially sort of an ordinary punter and volunteer. I did work most days on pre-poll just for a few hours each day, because I work, so I didn't do it all day every day, and I was a booth captain on polling day at a mid-sized booth at a state school. What was notable about this election was a huge influx of volunteers. I understand from the exclusive or Plymouth Brethren religious organisation, for almost the full 2 weeks of pre-poll. I turned up each day after dropping my son at school, and I think on the first day, usually at a pre-poll booth, you'll have 3 or 4 Labor volunteers, 3 or 4 LNP volunteers, 1 or 2 One Nation people, a couple of Greens. If there's an independent, generally they're less well-resourced, and so if there's an independent, they'll have a volunteer there sometimes. And usually the tone, Ipswich is a medium-sized town, but it's a fairly tight community. So the tone on polling booths, in my experience, is generally quite friendly. It's normally the case that someone who's well entrenched here, I would know people from both sides. You'd chat fairly happily in your Labor T-shirt to the LNP volunteer and so on. What was notable, I don't think this started on the first day. My recollection is that it was by about day 3 of pre-poll. I went along one day, turning up after, as I said, dropping off my son at school. There were 4 Labor volunteers on the North Ipswich pre-poll, which is about 500 metres from here, and there were 22 blue-shirted LNP volunteers, nearly all of whom were men, none of whom I knew, which is really highly unusual, and they were quite unfriendly, if not really hostile in their approach, would want to sort of stand in front of you, would go to a lot of trouble to ensure that they were the last people before the 6-metre boundary, didn't want to engage in conversation. There was just quite a different tone with these people. I sought to engage. This was peculiar. It was immediately very strange. I sought to engage them in conversation, and they would do things like saying that they were local. I talked to a couple of people who said, "Oh, we're from Brassel," and I said, "Well," which is a nearby suburb. "Where at Brassel?" "Ah," sort of couldn't give you any details. It was clear, it was abundantly clear, that this was an organised group of people who had come from elsewhere, and it was very clear that this group of people were quite inexperienced with the normal conduct of elections and polling booths, that they brought a sort of slightly aggressive or hostile approach, and that normal community spirit was, with these people, lost. I won't say that I found them personally particularly intimidating, although I would like to think I'm a reasonably robust soul. I am aware that some of the other volunteers, both from the ALP and from the other parties with whom there was friendly conversation, were a bit put off by this conduct and found it personally intimidating. To move to election day itself, and it also, I guess I left out the critical point, there then started to be media reporting of this exclusive brethren mobilisation across polling booths, and it became clear that that's exactly what this was. As I've said in my submission, I was also a booth captain at Ipswich Central State School on the day, and it was in many ways a sort of notably different experience in that the LNP booth captain there, it was clear in conversation with him, was a member of the Exclusive Brethren, but he was a local, he was friendly and open. His conduct was completely within the sort of normal spirit and normal vibe, and indeed at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when it began pouring with rain and he had a gazebo and we did not, he was kind enough to sort of share his space. So the reason that I make the point about those two contrasting experiences is this. It is my view and my long experience that we are tremendously fortunate in Australia to have our elections conducted in not just a peaceful spirit, but a friendly, cooperative spirit which is characterised by a shared commitment to democracy, commitment to a greater set of values, and a commitment to cooperation and community. We take this completely for granted in Australia, but it doesn't happen everywhere. And the way that this is enacted on the ground is with this spirit of volunteers of different political persuasions standing around happily, sharing their eskies of water or sandwiches on election day. I think it's tremendously important. We don't know how lucky we are that we have that. And if it is lost, it would be incredibly difficult to return. What I saw on pre-poll was that spirit and that those fundamental values of what is normal in Australian democracy being lost. So I think that this is important. I understand that two arguments have been made around this issue. The first is, I understand that the Exclusive or Plymouth Brethren have argued that there was no organised movement to volunteer for the LNP on booths. I can categorically say to you that that is nonsense. This was clearly, I know how hard it is to get people to roll up at a booth. Never had 22 of them just show up in my shirt. So the idea that this was not organised, I think, is demonstrably untrue. I've also been concerned to read submissions from faith groups arguing that talking about this and being concerned about this represents a form of religious persecution. And again, I would say that that is complete and utter nonsense. What we're talking about here is not people's religion. What we're talking about here is people's conduct and how it affects the practice of democracy. I have no objection, as a person of some faith myself, I have no objection to people who have values, religious or otherwise, exercising those values through the democracy. That is entirely appropriate. The problem here is not people's religion. The problem here is an organised group of people essentially changing the tone of how the election is conducted. I think that was a problem. It would be a bigger problem if it were to continue into the future. And I'm really happy to speak to the committee or answer questions either about that experience or about what could potentially, I understand the committee is sort of grappling with the question of, if we're talking about a spirit, what do you do to ensure that the business is conducted, the democratic business is conducted within that spirit in the future?
Well, thank you, Ms Noel. I really appreciate your evidence today. I've got a few questions and then we'll go through the panel. I think you've outlined the importance of maintaining that tone and not sort of letting the standard drop. We've heard evidence across, well, in Melbourne in particular, of their fear that what happened down there would sort of become normalised. In your experience, if that loss of friendly tone were to be entrenched, what impact do you think that'll have on voters and on our electoral system?
People won't want to vote at its simplest. We have, I mean, obviously we have compulsory voting, but we also have quite a high level of public support for compulsory voting. If people don't feel, if people feel that they have to run a gauntlet in order to vote, that obviously has quite a profound consequence for community acceptance of the act of voting. I did observe, now not everybody loves being handed a how to vote at all. I did observe, and I won't say I've ever really noticed this before, that in this environment at pre-poll, voters appeared less comfortable to walk through the throng to get to the booth. And one of the things that I really noticed, which I hadn't seen before, is that when couples were voting together, it became more likely to be the case that the man walked in front and the woman, presumably the wife, would walk behind. Because as I said, it wasn't just that there were so many people, it was that there was a real skewing of gender in this group. So the consequence, I think, is that voters would feel less comfortable to roll up. I'm speculating here, but I think it's possible that that may particularly be the case for female voters. And then we would see an argument about, oh, well, people shouldn't hand out how to votes at all. You know, you can just put how to votes on the wall in the polling booth. And I think, look, as someone who's tried to organise volunteers to fill booths, on one hand you think, well, that would remove a job, but I think that spirit of, you know, people being willing to give a day of their time because they believe in the cause and they're happy to do that voluntarily. I think if we got to either people not wanting to vote or the solution to that being there are now no volunteers on booths, that would fundamentally change the character and tone of the conduct of Australian democracy for the worse. John Cole just spoke to us about people being involved. This would remove one of the real live avenues for people being involved, which exists now.
So a fear for voters potentially being further disengaged, but also for participants like those long-term party volunteers or issues-based campaigners not being involved as well. I'm sure others may have questions in regards to potential solutions to this, but I just wanted to pick you up on something you had in your submission, but also in your verbal evidence there, that this influx of volunteers was clearly organised and coordinated. Could you, from your example of doing this type of role for 20 years, could you please, 30, sorry, could you please sort of outline specific examples of why you think the involvement from the Exclusive Brethren was clearly organised and coordinated?
While they were a little bit unwilling to just engage in chit-chat, as normally occurs, there were so many people that were sort of standing on top of you. So I overheard some conversations about where they were, you know, this is where we're staying, this is where we have been told to go. So there were essentially snippets of conversation, as I said. As I also said, it was abundantly clear that they weren't local. And the evidence for that was, you know, both this inability to say where they came from, but it would be unusual that I would meet 20 men in Ipswich and not know any of them. And that's true of the other, like I knew the Greens who were there. I had been on a polling booth with the One Nation guy before. You know these people, and I didn't know any of these people. So those were the indicators that this was an organised, out-of-town effort. But apart from that, it's just so hard to whip up volunteers. You know, the idea, the fundamental idea that 20 people turn up and that is not some kind of centrally coordinated effort certainly never happened on my campaigns.
Was it the fact that they came to Blair?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah. No, fair point. You know, also, Blair is a long-standing marginal seat, as John Cole said, in a peri-urban area. This is a contested place. At the last federal election, it was very well known that the LNP strategy, essentially having abandoned the Teal seats, was to try and swing these peri-urban seats. So it was no, and I think, Shane would know, I think this may have been the most marginal Labor seat going into the last election. So there was most certainly a concerted LNP effort, a big effort went into seeking to win Blair, and that's not a matter of speculation, it's a matter of public record. So it therefore made sense that if what you were trying to do was mobilise volunteers into a target seat, and you had a mobile group of workers from elsewhere, this is exactly where you would send them.
Final question from me before I hand over to the Deputy Chair. You mentioned the scale of the involvement here in Blair, travelling from out of town, staying presumably locally.
I think they were probably from Sydney. I don't know that. I don't know that, but they were from here.
Travelling.
Yeah.
There are costs associated with travelling.
100%.
Costs associated with accommodation. Do you feel like the scale of involvement from an organisation like this should have triggered some sort of transparency mechanisms in terms of declaration as a significant third party or an associated party or something like that?
Absolutely. We have rules around this, as we should. So there is, I'm not sure what the current Commonwealth thresholds for essentially either cash or in-kind electoral donations are, but I would be very surprised if those costs involved in bringing people from elsewhere, noting that it was a large volume of people coming from somewhere, did not trigger, should not have triggered a disclosure. I agree with that point.
Be it pure financial or in
Yep.
kind, you feel that should be enough of a trigger?
Yep.
Thank you. Deputy Chair?
Thanks, Chair. Because I'm not local and from Tassie, I can't challenge your local knowledge. You say your view is, your speculation is that it was organised. And if it was, what's the problem with that?
Well, as I said, my concern was the conduct of these people on the booth. That was really where the rubber hit the road. I think it is not in anyone's interests, be it the political party for whom they volunteer or the group in itself, or indeed most particularly the voters, if there is an organised group of people who rolls up at polling booths in order to behave badly. That's the problem.
So you have no problem with union reps who might get shipped into my home state of Tasmania from Victoria or New South Wales who behave abominably, and it is organised and structured and run by the Labor Party. That's fine. You think that's okay? And that's been happening for decades. And I've seen as many elections as you, if not more.
Possibly.
I have to say I find it really offensive that the unions can do this, organised by the Labor Party, and I don't know whether it was organised or not, that time for us to have that conversation with the organisation itself will come, and I suspect we'll have that conversation. But aren't you just having a bit of a whinge that you're outnumbered on a polling booth this time and subject to behaviour that I've been subjected to for a long time through the unions, or from GetUp for that matter? And GetUp has been mentioned in previous campaigns where they are flown in from wherever to, particularly GetUp, to push our perspective with respect to a campaign. I mean, so let's take the organisation themselves out. Let's talk about the third party element of it, because that probably is where this stuff lands. How do you manage that? And what control does, for example, the Labor Party at a local level have over its third party volunteers who do come in, so the unions or perhaps even some others? how do you manage that process within your local sphere in a similar way that I would look after that in my patch?
Look, I was, as I think I made really very clear, my concern here is for the conduct and the manner in which it played out on pre-poll booths in Blair. If, as you do, we want to talk about unions or other groups, I would make a few points. The first is, and you'll have your experience, which I will not comment upon, but the first is this: I never had 22 union people volunteer for me on any campaign, so I have not shared that experience. If there were other groups, I think they would be, essentially what we're talking about here is a sort of swarming of a polling booth. I think that it would be unwise for any group to conduct themselves in this way. I think it is bad for voters. I think it is ultimately, I actually frankly don't think this did the LNP any good. So if you want to go into a hypothetical in which I was a member of Parliament and 22 people offered to turn up for me and swarm a polling booth on my behalf, I would tell them not to. I don't think that it's in the interests of the voters. I don't think that it's in the interests of the candidate. I don't think it's in the interests of the spirit of Australian democracy.
Let's step back from that circumstance, and it comes back to as parties who are organising. So, and this is where we as a committee need to look at this and consider this. How do we manage that process in a broader context so that, as you say, and as a number of others have put to us, including the Electoral Commission, we want people to be comfortable, willing to turn up to a polling booth? So how does that process get managed? Do we alter the electoral system in some way, where at the moment the limit for the Electoral Commission is their 6 metre boundary, and what happens outside that is not something to do with them, and they don't want to do this. They want to maintain, and I think it's important that they do maintain their independence and the integrity that they have because of that independence. So that's really important for us. So how do we as participants in the system manage this process, or where should that responsibility lie?
This is the heart of what the committee has to work out. No, I didn't say it was hard. I said it was the heart. It is also hard. I understand. So this is hard. There were cases on this pre-poll. I didn't do it, but there were cases where volunteers went inside to the booth to ask the returning officer to come out and manage these people. And as we all know, the AEC doesn't want to touch it and doesn't have a mandate to touch it beyond 6 metres. And you can really understand why that is the case. I think, on the other hand, what we are trying, what the committee, I imagine, is trying to do here is codify culture, is codify a spirit in which people conduct themselves, and that is essentially hard to do.
So how does the Labor Party do that locally in that context? And so is it some, we're having a conversation about whose responsibility it might be. Should it be something that the parties jointly manage?
Well,
which is fine, and we're talking about a particular circumstance here, but if there are participants who are not part of the organised political structure who are involved, how does that get managed? Because, as somebody with a level of influence in my local patch, I can bring someone and say, cool your jets.
Yeah, that's right.
And we can do that on a state or a national level with some effect.
Yeah.
But we're talking about people's right to participate in the political process.
Yeah.
How do you manage that without impinging on that?
Yeah.
Because that can also be part of the conversation.
So, in the first instance, this conduct should be managed and should have been managed by the campaign on whose behalf these volunteers were operating. When I was a Member of Parliament and when I have been a campaign director, I can assure you that there would have been none of this going on in red shirts. We do conduct, and to be fair, I know you're sort of shaking your head. I've not,
don't make any reflections on me.
All right, because I'm not
making any on you, so please don't make any reflections.
I've also not.
That's not why we're here. We're trying to work out how we as a committee recommend where we go in the future.
Sure. I've also not seen this happen in blue shirts before now. That's the point that I'm making. A competent party and a competent campaign will run training for its volunteers ahead of time and will make it clear. I mean, what happens more often than these sort of 22 people is just that people want to argue with each other on the booth. And that happens all the time. And anyone, we've all run campaigns, anyone will know that one of the things that you instruct your volunteers to do is to shut up and not get into fights. That's a really fundamental part of it. Now, what has happened here is that clearly there has been a failure on the part of the campaign to instill that discipline about proper behaviour on the polling booths to their volunteers. I have no insight into why that happened in the LNP campaign in Blair at the 2025 election, when in my observation it has not happened before, but that is clearly what happened. So, first line of defence, the parties should manage this. We are now in a situation where one of the parties did not manage this, and therefore we have a crack in that system. We are also concerned, I understand, of new and emerging third-party groups which don't sit within that established party structure and discipline. It is not, and I've said before, the big hammer on this is just no more volunteers at booths, which I don't think is a great outcome. So what we are hoping for is a mechanism that sits between the parties taking charge and the hammer of getting rid of the whole thing, which will ideally manage conduct. I understand the idea of a code of conduct has been floated or discussed. I think that that is a very good idea in the first instance. I am not by nature a sort of heavy-handed regulator. So I think if what you could do, and I think it would probably be possible for the committee to cooperate around this idea, if what you could do is codify how this should work in the first instance and have candidates or parties sign up to that, that I think makes a lot of sense. Because the alternative really is you could do nothing. The committee could do nothing, and you could hope that this sort of stuff doesn't happen again, and that might work. I'll give you another experience of way back. The only other time I've sort of seen crazy polling booths in Ipswich was the 1998 state election, when One Nation sort of burst onto the scene. And, you know, by then I was sort of 5 years or so into it, and it had been genteel here. It had been share your curried egg sandwiches with the nice people from the Liberal Party. It was very, very, very calm. And in the 98 state election, all of these angry, One Nation were highly activated at that time. And so it was different from this experience, but there were just quite activated, angry people on booths. Now, there was no regulatory change after that. And within a few short years, all the One Nation people started arguing with each other and the things sort of fell apart. And so no action was taken, and as sometimes occurs, the problem fixed itself. And so the committee could do nothing, and it could hope that this problem will fix itself. But this to me, and this is, I have endeavoured in everything I've said to you so far not to speculate. I'm now going to speculate. I don't feel now that this problem will fix itself. I think we are in a sort of social media age that's a little bit more agitated. I think it feels to me like the exclusive brethren might not come back because it didn't go. I don't think it was good for anybody. So that might not happen again. But your sort of angry third parties and groups organised through social media and swarming of polling booths as a result of sort of agitated crowds, I think is highly likely to happen again. And I think the fundamental problem is that if the committee takes the view that we'll just hope it goes away, but then it gets legs, then the nature of polling day has fundamentally changed, and it would be very hard to bring it back.
We're getting on dangerous ground now because you're actually just challenged my next question, so you've answered that. And I think that's a concern that the social media age may, as you've just indicated, create the circumstances for people who want to be politically active to flow into the system. So I agree with that. So just in terms of
Final question. That's
as you became aware of or experienced what you've talked about today, what action did you take in terms of approaching the situation as you saw it with respect to, say, contacting the LNP campaign headquarters or something of that nature? So, and this goes back to the point that I was making about us as parties of government,
sure,
mature organisations, managing these things ourselves, because I agree with you, the amenity at the booth is important.
Yeah.
And so you're confronted by your experience. I'm likewise confronted by mine in the other direction at certain times.
Yep.
So, yeah.
What I did, two things. I provided support to the other volunteers on the booth, both the Labor people, one of whom was my mother, and also the Greens, because I knew them. So I was quite simply a sort of source of counsel, in which I said, don't worry, girls, just stand your ground, put a smile on your dial, hand out your how to vote. So that was the first thing that I did. The second thing that I did was, as I said, I wasn't a member of a campaign committee in this campaign. The second thing that I did was ensure that our local central campaign was aware. It was pretty unmissable, so I think they were aware. I can't tell you if there was communication between the Blair Labor campaign and the Blair LNP campaign on the matter. I simply don't know. There may well have been. As you will also know from your lengthy experience, those things vary. You know, sometimes you can have a line of communication and sometimes you don't. And so I just don't know if action was taken, but that was what I did.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Nolan, for appearing. In the interests of disclosure, I did pop into your mid-sized state school on polling day in Ipswich and spent some time there with you, so I can attest to some of the evidence that you've given about a very welcoming, and generally pleasant experience. I also had the opportunity to do some pre-polling at one of the large booths as well with Mr Newman as well, and have had the poll opposite experience at that booth. I think the crux of the committee's mission is to look at the last federal election and say to ourselves, how do we improve the federal electoral system so it continues to improve engagement, is responsive to the needs of the community, and addresses some of the issues that we've identified. And I think, we'll all have our own issues around what other parties might have done, but what has been a significant thing with this committee's evidence has been this uprising of a particular group of volunteers across the country in contested seats. And you've given us evidence today that as someone who has attempted to fill polling day and pre-poll booth rosters, that is not an easy task. And to have the sheer volume of numbers that have been appearing across the country is something for us to talk about. So I suppose my questions go to, how do we increase transparency and disclosure? No one is saying that if you're a member of a particular church, you can't get involved in election. And some people who have tried to make this about religious freedom or lack thereof, I think are barking up the wrong tree. This is not about that, because I know Mr Newman has a number of people who I sat next to at pre-polls who are members of local churches. It is not about that. It is about disclosure and transparency and the lack thereof. So do you have any thoughts around how we could increase transparency and disclosure around people who are seeking in significant numbers and significant resources to be involved in a federal election campaign at scale, nationwide?
It's a good question. It's also perhaps a hard question. What we don't talk about is the broader context of this. We have a history in Australia of mass participation parties. I have a friend, an older man who's a branch member in Ipswich, who talks about when he first joined in 1956, that he went to a branch meeting and that there were 50 people there and it was hard to get in. It was sort of, it's hard to be accepted.
What a time to be alive.
Now, in all of the major parties, the proportion of the population who join or participate, as in rugby league clubs and bowls clubs and other community organisations has declined very significantly over time. So we are still mass participation parties, but not in the same way. And what that means is that it is possible for other organised groups to have significant influence because they bring large bodies of people, and we're all desperate to find volunteers. So there is a sort of a tension there. This has emerged as a tension on the conservative side of politics through religious groups joining, participating. I won't seek to provide a commentary on that. I think it's a really quite complex issue, but I think it is fair to say quite simply as a statement of fact that this is a phenomenon which has been well publicised and presented some challenges. But it could happen in any mass participation party where you get a smaller group with a particular set of values who want to direct your organisation in a particular, to single issues, essentially, in a particular way.
That's not jump in. We do have some mechanisms at this point in time to create transparency. So, there was an example provided about the union movement. Often you will find that they will register themselves as a third party for the purposes of the election. They will produce their own materials and they will be required to authorise them if they seek to hand them out at a polling booth. That is sort of, I think, a path that has been trodden.
Yes.
Probably hearing the feedback from my colleague, Mr. Colbeck, the unions have gone on that journey around to register themselves and have material that's above the board. So I suppose I just sort of prompt you if there's, if there's an opportunity
to do more.
To look at directing sort of involvement, or is that something we can reflect on to say that perhaps large-scale involvement of a particular class of volunteers, centrally coordinated, is that something that should be considered for registration as a third party?
I don't see a weakness in the current system in that regard, for this reason. And this goes to, I meant to say this to Senator Colbeck. So let's take the hypothetical, because I'm sure it's only hypothetical, situation of a large influx of union volunteers into a campaign in Tasmania. If they've travelled, then that should be disclosed, I would imagine, as essentially a third-party donation. So there are sort of two separate issues here. One is conduct, which is the primary issue which I'm raising, and then the other is disclosure, for which there is a mechanism now. I think the problem in what I observed was primarily conduct. If it is the case, and so I don't know what disclosures, what, if any, disclosures were made on the part of the Plymouth Brethren, if indeed, as appears likely, it was the case that there was there was travel, there was an organised movement of people, whether it was a union or a church group, that should have been disclosed. Whether it was or it wasn't, I don't know. But there are rules for that now. So nothing that I observed created in my mind a need for a different set of rules for essentially in-kind donations. Although, and this really goes to the Chair's question, it was abundantly clear to me that this was an organised movement of people. It was essentially a third-party donation. And so if that was not disclosed, that would indeed be an issue too.
Sure. Just my last question, because I'm conscious of time and other members will want to ask some questions of you. When it comes to conduct, we have heard suggestions from other witnesses around a voluntary code of conduct for volunteers to be created. I suppose the challenge with codes of conduct that are voluntary, it's only as good as those people who choose to subscribe to them. And if you're sort of a fly in and fly out group of people, you're probably not going to be briefed on that. Yesterday we heard some evidence from one of the independent campaigns here in Queensland about perhaps looking at registration of volunteers, and at first that sort of struck me as, you know, it might be sort of an administrative burden. But we already do that at the moment. So, you know, if you, we can't send volunteers into scrutineer unless we have a form that's signed and saying that they're authorised by the campaign, and therefore the AEC has a list of knowing that the people in the room are organised and they're registered with the groups and they know that they're there. What we don't have is any type of registration of the people who are at the polling booth. And as you would know, your average voter coming through thinks that a person standing at a polling booth handing out a how to vote card is extremely well versed in the ways and means of all of the intricate policies of the parties, and can speak to them at detail, and that they are a significant representative of that party. And that may not always be the case. They might just be a friend or family helping out. But what the AEC doesn't have is, if there is a significant issue that happens, and we have seen violence and scuffles and etc., there's actually no register of who was there, their names, their full names, and someone can be there and then not be there very quickly, and there's actually no evidence to assist the AEC. And I wonder whether, as my final question to you, whether that's something that could provide an opportunity to create greater transparency and disclosure.
I think that's not a bad idea at all. I think you'd have to then think through the sort of privacy implications of that, because people may not want to be for there to be some register that, you know, they helped this candidate and their employer might not like that, or whatever it is. So I think there's two separate issues. Do you have it? Do you have a form and a register? And if so, is it public? My gut feeling on that would be registration is quite a good idea, but it probably should not be public. Could be available to the AEC, but probably should not be publicly disclosed. Not that scrutineers are, so I think that's probably where you would want to land. Given that the major parties do, by and large, actually train, and I'm sure the Teals do actually sort of train their volunteers, getting them to sign up to something is actually probably not a bad idea. You know, you get them to also perhaps sign on the dotted line and say, I understand what I am doing. So I think there's probably not a bad discipline in doing that. You made the good point that a code of conduct is kind of only as good as the people who've chosen to sign up to your code. The reason that I still think it's really worth doing is the principle of the thing. You know, at its heart, I think what we're dealing with here, and I think I said this quite clearly, is poor behaviour that threatens the tone. And the tone, what we risk,
it puts people off, which is the first thing we hear.
And
it actually puts the voter off who are already disenfranchised.
Exactly, and we all understand, you know, I've been an elected representative, you are all elected representatives. When I say the tone, we all understand what that is, but it's hard to write down. If we lose the tone, it's not coming back. And so I think the value of a code of conduct is the Parliament or the AEC saying, this tone is how we do democracy here. It matters, and it's going to be hard to codify it, but we are going to stand up for it, to define it, and to seek to preserve it because it is of tremendous value.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thanks, Ms Nolan, for your time today. How many times did you attend the pre-poll at Riverlink?
Yeah, most days of the 2 weeks. There were a couple of days when I was working in the city, so I wasn't there. From memory, I think there were 10 or 11 days of pre-poll, and I probably did about 8 of them. So most days, and I generally was there. I generally did a few hours in the morning and then went and worked.
Yeah. And so is the suggestion that the 22 people were there on each occasion that you were there? Or was this just a one-off when you got there on the Monday morning or something? And
no, it was really consistent. So my recollection is it wasn't the first day. My recollection is that the pre-poll started, I think, on a Monday. I think it was the Wednesday that I turned up and thought,
I think it started on the Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It was a couple of days into the first week, and then that remained consistent. I think I will get looser on the details. I think it dropped off a little bit towards the end of the second week, but it was certain. I'm not talking about an occasion. I'm talking about a consistent experience over a number of days of pre-poll.
But not the first couple?
Yeah,
and not the last few?
I think that's right.
Okay. I'm going to suggest to you that there was greater than 500 volunteers for the Labor Party in the seat of Blair. Does that sound about right to you?
I don't know. As I said, I wasn't involved in the central campaign. There would be, Blair is quite a big seat, has lots of small rural booths. It would take, I think the question really is not sort of how many volunteers in total, because it is the case on polling day that it takes a lot of people to fill all of the booths. What I'm talking about here is not the quantum of volunteers across the election campaign. What I'm talking about here is a highly unusual number of people on pre-poll.
In one place at one time.
In one place. So, it's this sort of swarming of booths over the pre-poll, most of the pre-poll period. I don't know how many people it takes to staff the booths in Blair.
It seems like you've got some problem with the fact that there were people who were not local that were involved in the election. Now, would it be fair to say that all of those volunteers for Labor are all locals or not?
I think I'm not quite sure what's the point of the line of questioning. I think I've been really clear abundantly clear, and I've tried to be factual, that the concern that I'm raising is about the conduct of the highly unusual conduct of this group of volunteers during the pre-poll period, which was well outside the usual practice and which was, in my observation, disconcerting to other volunteers and to voters. I don't have a concern.
I think I understand your point. So,
yeah, great.
In your commentary, you've described organised and coordinated influx, not local. Now, to me, all of those things sound like a union, and part of the Labor operating model, which we all accept. It's not a bad thing. It's just the way it is.
Wasn't for me, but that's a whole other story.
But that's exactly how the Labor Party operates, with a union that brings in workers from, somewhere out of the electorate, and they all come in, they turn up, and they hand out. Now, what you're describing is going to be pretty difficult for the Labor Party to sign up to changing when their entire business model is built on pretty much exactly what you're describing.
So I don't think that's true. What I have consistently described is a concern with the conduct on polling booths of this group of volunteers. Now, obviously, members of the committee will have to decide for themselves and in consultation with their political parties whether or not they agree with the evidence that I'm providing to you that there was a problem here with conduct and that problem with conduct for the future needs to be fixed. If you don't accept my evidence, if you say, actually this is about unions, actually this is about something else, well, that's an argument which you can seek to sustain. You can say, this didn't happen, she's not telling the truth, there was no problem, and therefore we don't have to act. That's a matter for you and your colleagues. What I am saying to you, and I made a commitment at the beginning to tell the truth, what I am saying to you is that this happened. This happened here, and it was not okay. Those are the decisions that you need to make about how it is that you respond.
And so probably just the last question. You made an assertion that you guess these people are from Sydney or something. Have you got any evidence to suggest that they came from interstate? What evidence do you actually have to make that claim here in this committee today?
I have endeavoured in all of the evidence that I have provided to you, including my written submission, to be entirely clear about what it was that I could say to you as a matter of fact, verifiable fact, and what it was on which I was speculating. The reason that you know I was speculating about these people potentially coming from Sydney is because I said so.
Well,
So you weren't listening very carefully if you then turn around and ask me to verify that as a matter of fact.
Well, you've
I
speculated.
told you
So, Ms Nolan,
very clearly. Now,
with all due
where
respect,
did it come from?
Yeah,
there
where
has
did it
been
come from?
significant media reporting.
Never mind the media reporting. Anyone can read the Courier Mail.
In reputable outlets, there has been significant media reporting about...
So you have no direct anything...
This is...
I'm wary of respectful conversation here.
Well, I think Ms Nolan might have stepped across the line a little bit.
So we've been working this committee where there's a question and the witness is given time to do an answer. So if you ask a question, which you're entitled to do, please give Ms Nolan the time to answer it.
So I'll just reframe the question. Is there any direct evidence that you have that would lead you to the assertion, the conclusion, the suggestion that these people were from interstate?
As I said very clearly, and as the record will show, my suggestion that the people were coming from Sydney was speculative. I said that. That was the whole point. So to then turn around and say to me, well, prove it as a verifiable matter of fact, I do not believe is taking the evidence that I have provided to you in good faith.
I understand the distinction you've drawn, so thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr Caldwell. Dr Ryan?
Thank you. We've heard from a number of different electorates about concerns regarding the potential involvement of the exclusive brethren at polling sites. And one of the issues, I think, for the committee is that we know that things get willing at polling sites, you know, and whether that be representatives of political parties or independents, you know, people feel passionate and they get upset at times or take offence or umbrage at how representatives of other candidates behave. And to a certain extent, it's always been thus, I think. I guess one of the issues here is the suggestion or suspicion that there's been organised involvement of a religious entity which has not declared itself as a registered third party in this election. And if that suspicion is warranted, or if it's proven, then that religious entity has not operated within the rules such as they are around federal elections in this country. If you had proof that the individuals about whom you've had concerns in this election were in fact representatives of the exclusive brethren, what would you have done during the pre-poll period?
It's a good question. To be honest, I think it would have been very difficult to deal with in the time and place. Lots of our, and I don't know what the current disclosure period at a federal level is, but you know, lots of the sort of forms that you fill out later are by their nature retrospective. So my concern was not really about where they were coming from. My concern was not at the time really about the level of organisation. My concern at the time was about conduct. So I actually don't know. I think you ask a very, very good question. I actually don't know if there's anything I particularly would have done differently. You know, if I had stumbled across a smoking gun, you know, if I'd stumbled across a written document that says, we are this religious organisation, we will be in this location and it will cost this much. I don't think at the time there was much else you could have done. You know, my immediate concern was, as I said, the conduct of these people. Where we are now is that it is abundantly, and I don't know what disclosures have been made, as I said, but it is abundantly clear that there was an organised effort, and I've spoken to that in a number of ways. You know, one, overheard conversations, but two, the idea that 22 people turn up and that there's no organisation involved is bananas. You know, it's completely absurd. It's utterly implausible. So how you would, you know, so I think there is a retrospective action that, if that's not been disclosed appropriately and can be genuinely established, and I know there's been sort of significant media investigations, then action should be taken. But I don't know what I would have done differently at the time, to be honest with you.
Okay. Just one more question.
Last question. We're just going to have to keep it pretty short for the others, if that's okay. We're quite
Yeah, sure.
behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just on that, so I mean, we've heard on lots of polling booths about behaviours which have been a bit offensive or reprehensible, and we've heard about the limits of what the AEC can do.
Yeah.
What do we do? You've been involved in Australian elections
I have,
for a long
yes.
time. If people show up with signs which are in other ways unacceptable or offensive, but which don't, racist or
Sexist, shall we say.
sexist
That
and
never
the like,
happens.
which are outside the 6 metre line, but not perhaps warranting police involvement.
I don't know.
Is there anything that you can think of, or anything you could suggest that the committee should consider?
The time of the committee is far too short to give you my lengthy and painful history of election signs. But I've absolutely had that. I've absolutely had third parties putting up election signs both around my electorate and on polling booths which were, I've had signs saying that I killed people. And I have found that there is nothing currently available that can be done. In my case, it was the ECQ. You know, the council didn't want to do anything about it. You wouldn't even bother telling the ECQ. So that's a problem. The committee could turn its mind to it, but I don't know what is the mechanism for you to fix it. I know it's really hard.
Thanks.
Ms Campbell?
Chair. Thanks, Rachel. Just a couple from me. Firstly, before when you gave evidence, you said that you had overheard them saying this is where they're staying.
Yeah.
So is that the reason that you might have concluded that they weren't from here?
Well, as I said, there were kind of a couple of things. I'm going to say 4 evidence points, such as it is. You know, 1, didn't know any of them. 2, unable to answer basic questions about where they lived at Brassel or Resview. 3, these overheard conversations. You know, clearly these people were travelling as a group. Clearly they were staying somewhere. And then 4, that was, you know, there was quite significant, but by about the end of the first week of pre-poll, there began to emerge media reporting saying that this was going on, that there were exclusive brethren groups of volunteers on polling booths in Queensland.
And when you saw the people that you had identified on the booths, were they talking about policies? Were they talking about assessing policies or comparing policies, or no?
Look, I won't. It's a really good question. Although people might be shocked how little campaign volunteers sometimes do talk about policy. So while it was not the case that I overheard any conversations about the sort of weighty and substantive live issues in our democracy from this group of volunteers, I won't say that I particularly heard it anywhere else either.
That's all right. So from them, no discussion about policies, assessment, comparison, anything like that?
No.
So they were simply handing out how to vote cards?
Yeah, and they didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't want to. And this was not, I do just want to make this point. This was not true of all LNP volunteers, right? There were, as I've said in my submission, you know, the fellow who I handed out through polling day with, totally happy to, he was a small business owner, chat about policy issues, chat about where his kids went to school, you know, chat. But these people did not want to engage in conversation, and that is unusual in itself.
And for clarity, we've talked a bit about, you know, as you've said, you know, that this isn't about faith and, you know, the importance of faith to many people. Did any of the people who you had identified, you know, were they talking about their mission? Were they talking about their faith? Were they talking
I did not hear that.
Yeah. Okay.
And my sense was, yeah, look, as I said, they just didn't want to talk. But no, the simple answer is no.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Newman?
Did they turn up, these 22 people, on a regular basis in LNP outfits?
Oh yeah, 100%, absolutely.
Did they come
Always.
with signage? Did they put signage up?
Yep. How to vote, boxes of how to votes, lots of signs, blue shirts, the whole bit.
You talk about the fact that they often stand in front of me and other Labor volunteers. What did they do? I mean, you said you personally weren't intimidated, you didn't feel intimidated, but other people were there. What did you observe?
Well, Shane, you will not be shocked to know that I am not easily stood in front of. So at that North Ipswich pre-poll, it was outside a set of shops, so a sort of wide footpath. People parked, wide footpath, and you walked along in front of the other shops to get to the AEC's 6-metre line, where obviously the volunteers can't go. 3 or 4 of this group of men would stand at the line. So there was a bit of sort of, this is the prime position, and there is a folklore about, you know, get your how to vote across last so that the voter walks in with it on top of the pile, so that they made a point of sort of hogging the line. I was not too concerned about this because the line didn't have the shade, and I was motivated to stand in the shade, but they hogged the line. There was, and they then dispersed because there were so many people that you kind of couldn't come from any direction without, you know, having to get past one or more of this group of people, and then they'd get you on the line. And certainly, I'm not very big, certainly this effort was made to stand in front of you so that you couldn't hand out your how to vote.
Yep. Can you comment on signage at pre-poll and on polling booths? Was that voluminous or out of the ordinary?
Yeah.
Pre-poll, at your pre-poll you're talking about?
Yes. My recollection is that we had sort of probably 3 A-frames, not a huge amount of stuff. At this pre-poll, as I said, there's a set of shops, there's a fence, and in the past, or even in the early days of this pre-poll, there would be some A-frames, but it wasn't, and I've never seen pre-poll decked out like a polling booth with bunting on the fence and all of that sort of thing. That's never been, my usual understanding of pre-poll is that you take away your signs at night, so you don't set it up with bunting and whatnot in the way that does occur on polling day. But it is the case that this pre-poll, given that it had a 6-foot-high chain wire fence, was, once this group of volunteers came, was decked out with bunting and corflutes on the fence. So it is the case that the signage, that along with the volunteers, came a higher level of signage than I have seen at pre-poll before.
In Blair, there's lots of signs around and lots of billboards and all kinds of stuff. Can you talk about the nature and contents of the messaging on those signs? And what's your view on truth in advertising and the role of the AEC, and should we follow the model in South Australia where they have truth in advertising?
So 2 things. One of, this is not quite the question that you're asking, but I'm going to answer this question. In Ipswich, so as everyone will know, different councils have different rules around election signs. In Ipswich, it used to be the case that election signs went in people's yards, and that the council, if you're running a campaign, the council made candidates provide a list of where all of their signs would be. And what that meant was that displaying an election sign was a person, a family, indicating their support for a candidate. So it was a way in which that sort of community feel of, the connection between the candidate and these people's voting intentions were made. And it was a pain because you had to ask people if you could put up your signs, but I think it created that link between community, actual punters, and candidates. A number of years ago in Ipswich, the Ipswich City Council sought to prosecute a candidate who was running against me for putting up unauthorised signs in parks, signs on vacant rental properties, signs saying that I was killing people everywhere. And the Ipswich City Council, I think, lost their matter in the court. So the council then gave up and allowed a sign free-for-all. So now in Ipswich at polling time, there are just signs everywhere. And the signs, because they're in public places, no longer on private property, get vandalised. And so part of running a campaign has become the sort of daily put back up your signs. And there's a sign war in which vandalising people's signs, I won't say that I have done this myself, and I don't think it's happened on Labor campaigns, vandalising people's signs is sort of part of the war. I think this is terrible. I think the fundamental nexus between families supporting candidates and those, their signs appearing on private property, I think that nexus being lost is a real shame. But I also think the sign war is just a bit low grade and not in anybody's interests. So step one, I think that nexus should be restored and we should have election signs on authorised private property, not all over the place. I think that would be a very good thing. It is also the case that in this campaign, so your traditional election sign is disconcertingly large headshot of candidate with their name and their party. It's the general thing. It was the case in this campaign that there were, in Ipswich, and I think, but I might be wrong, I think they were LNP authorised signs, that were personal attacks, Shane, on you as the candidate. There were signs all over the place that had a caricature of you that said, "Shame, Shane." And I just thought it was a bit yuck, to be honest. It was nasty. I hadn't seen it before. It may well be possible to regulate for that, such that election signs could be of a certain more conventional type. I did think that those signs, look, I think it's a bit like the whole social media thing. Politics shouldn't be horrible. Most people put themselves forward in good faith. And, certainly you will experience criticism. But I thought that the idea of sort of fairly unpleasant caricature signs, and I just want to reiterate, I'm not sure if they were LNP authorised. I might be wrong. Might have been a third party. I seem to remember they were authorised signs. It just changed the tone, and I don't think it's a very good thing. We want good people across the political spectrum to be willing to put their hand up, and we don't want them, as a matter of normal practice, to expect that they will be subject to abuse.
Thanks, Mr Newman. Finally, Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing evidence today. I just really want to go to the crux of the issue here, and that is the voter experience. So, my understanding is that there was 10 candidates on the list for the Blair election here. So, if everybody was to have 22 volunteers at a booth, that would be 220 people handing out how to vote. Do you think that leans into a good voter experience for someone running the gauntlet?
No.
Okay. And on that basis then, in the interest of ensuring that the voter experience is upheld, do we need to consider a restriction on the number of volunteers at any one booth, whether that be pre-poll or polling day?
Yes.
Thank you. That's it from me.
Mr. Burnell. Thank you very much, Ms. Nell. A little bit longer than originally scheduled, but I really appreciate your evidence today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 9th of January 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I wish the committee, I thank you for the opportunity and I wish the committee well with its important work.
Thank you. Now call Adjunct Associate Professor, the Honourable Dr. John Nicol. McKell.
It's another Queensland team.
Yeah. What did I say? Boodaroom. I said Boodaroom yesterday.
Oh, what?
Thank you, Dr. McKell. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yeah, it's Reginald John McKell, M-I-C-K-E-L, Doctor of Philosophy and Adjunct Associate Professor QUT in Queensland.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Please make a brief opening statement and then we'll proceed to questions.
Sure. I'll be real quick because I'm pressed for time now. One, I do think the Parliament should be increased. Yes, I think there should be 4-year terms for both houses. On polling day activities on how to vote cards, the radical suggestion after listing the evidence provided is I'd put the how to vote cards inside the polling booths. The citizens-initiated referenda, which I understand was being considered, I think is an absolute rubbish proposition. And I've also seen that there's a suggestion that we should, I know it's around in the UK, I'm not sure it's around here, but it was certainly asked by the Australian Electoral Studies, lowering the voting age to 16, I think is a rubbish proposition as well. So that's my opening statement, Mr. Chairman.
Brilliant. I love it. Straight to the point. Could you please expand on why you think the Parliament should be expanded?
Well, it hasn't been expanded since 1984. Wherever you cut it, either the population increase, which is one way of measuring it, or the number of voters. The number of voters has doubled, the population has doubled, the Parliament has stayed the same. And the proposition with that, I'll speak from a Queensland experience, is you take an electorate like Maranoa or Kennedy, they are just getting in probably large to represent. There's West Australian examples as well, the electorate of Durack. And the proposition that the populace at large thinks that politicians understand them is being put at risk. The more you have to enlarge these electorates makes them more distant from the populace. And if the population is going to increase, and I haven't seen a proposition yet that says, oh, well, the politician's salary should be doubled. I've never seen anybody argue that. Yet if it was anywhere else in the workforce, on a productivity basis, your pay would massively increase. Well, if nobody's going to argue that, then increase the Parliament to reflect it a bit better. So that would be my proposition there.
Why is it important that that proposition, like that politicians understand who they represent? How has that served Australian democracy, and why do you think that's important to protect?
Well, I'll use the Maranoa example. Yeah, you haven't got to wander far out of here as a committee, and I'm not sure what it's like in Blair. But I will say this, you go an hour outside of Toowoomba, they haven't got decent telecommunication services. The line drops out. Those people, in my view, are receiving second-rate services. Now, it's not because of inadequate representation. I'm sure the member out there is assiduous in his representation. But the larger you make these things, you're not making it easy. You can say, oh, well, they've got the internet. Well, have they? They sure haven't got constant Telstra services. What those people need is not bigger electorates. They need the same level of services as everyone else. Some of these electorates are 8 and 9 times the size of European countries. So I notice the bankers' organisations are, oh, well, you know, we've got the same level of banks as they have in the OECD countries. What a lot of baloney. These electorates are far, far bigger than European countries, far, far bigger, and don't have anything near the level of services. Plus, if we go to the electorate of Blair and what is going on in Ipswich at the moment, there is massive growth occurring, new suburbs, and it is very, very hard for a member whose electorate is expanding rapidly to try to keep control, control's the wrong word, keep an eye on the growth and adequately represent what will be increasingly young families who have a demand for services. In other words, the bigger you get, the more removed you are and the harder it is for a member. And I'm very conscious that at a federal level, and I do commend all of you for your level of service, you're away from your homes half the year. You're either in Parliament or you're attending committees like this, as well as attending larger electorates. So that's why I think the case is inescapable that the Parliament should be increased.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Mickle. So just to expand on that, where do you see a reasonable ratio, electors, community scale to MPs? What's a reasonable?
Whatever. Look, if 1984 they saw it should be enlarged, why not use 1984 as the baseline and say, look, that's about it. It's about 120,000. That was the baseline then. You're from Tasmania, I noticed that. You're not going to love what I'm going to say next. I mean,
I'm Tasmanian. I'm used to it.
Well, other people would say they're used to funding Tasmania. But the point is this, that Tasmania, by order of the Constitution, got five seats regardless. So if you're going to enlarge the Parliament, what I'd like to do is try to bring it in line with the deal that Tasmania's got, that South Australia's got. But that will probably create heresy and all sorts of things in Tasmania.
No, I'm just genuinely interested in a perspective, because that's
But the deal would be you'd probably increase the House by about 30. But I'm not necessarily in favour of. I like to keep the House, the numbers of electorates, 10% above and 10% below what average you strike.
Yep.
And right across the nation. So that's where I'd be coming from. And roughly it's about 30 seats. And what that would mean is an increase in the size of the Senate from 12 to 14.
So in managing that process with the Nexus, what's your thought with respect to the territories? So you've got the two territories with respect to their Senate representation.
I'm not singling out Tasmania to be
No.
consulted. Look, my deal is 120,000's the go. And if that means that the territories get an extra seat, fine. I understand that the government determined that the territories would not slip below 2. Given the size of it, I think that's fair enough. But I've seen one argument that says that Canberra should get 3 extra seats, which would give them 80,000 voters. It's not a proposition I'd sign up to, I'm sorry. I think it's 120, and that's where it should be.
Good. Right. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Mahon.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr McKell, for appearing today. I know that you've had the unique opportunity to be the Transport and Main Roads Minister in this state.
Yes, I did.
before.
I'm still bearing the scars.
So you will understand the length and breadth of road issues up
Yes,
and down
massive.
through Queensland, and you've already talked today about the seat of Maranoa. We also have seats here in Queensland like Capricornia and Flynn
And Kennedy, and Flynn,
and Kennedy. You know,
and the Leichhardt.
Leichhardt, who are significant. I spent some time recently in Capricornia. You can goes all the way from Rockhampton out to Moranbah, up to the outskirts of Mackay. It can take you 4 or 5 hours to get from one side of that electorate to the other.
Yeah, that's right.
So even in a very quiet week in the newspapers, the prospect of more politicians is as popular as whatever you want to insert there.
Don't be too defensive about all
No,
that.
but
We increased it in '84. The government, life went on.
Sure. How to give such a, and we know that, you know, if a proposal doesn't have wide support, it's essentially dead on arrival. So if there was a proposal to increase the Parliament, and particularly with a uniquely regional Queensland lens, how do you think that we, you know, that as a committee and as, you know, if government parties receiving any recommendation in this space, how it would get the best chance of success?
Go out there and argue for it. I mean, look, the facts are indisputable. You haven't got the Durack at the moment in Western Australia is 45 times the size of Belgium. The electorate of Grey in South Australia is 11 times larger than Austria and the Czech Republic, and 30 times the size of Holland. I mean, if people want to sign up for that, I haven't seen too many. I think Shane said, somebody said about Shane's electorate, there's 10 people. If there was a job going at Woolies, there'd be 400 lined up. It's not as though they all want to be federal politicians. Go out there and argue for it. The dumbest decision ever made was by the Howard government when they did away with the superannuation. The dumbest decision ever, because what it's meant was everybody's looking over their shoulder. Well, what will happen if I have to depart the Parliament?
And my final question is around, I think the general public has a level of tolerance for politicians, for elections, for participating in elections, and we're probably seeing that tolerance wane in recent times. A lot of the evidence that we've heard before this committee has been about increasing behaviour and poor behaviour on polling booths. You know, we're seeing neo-Nazis pop up in different areas. We're seeing you know, people getting assaulted violently across the country. We're seeing, you know, large numbers of people descend on polling booths and intimidate branch members and ordinary volunteers. What do we do about that? What do we do about, you know, these hotbed issues that come up, but also the fact that the public has a really, you know, they're not stoked about coming through the doors at the best of times.
The public don't like running the gauntlet. That's why I sense there's been an upsurge in early voting. And the gauntlet is what the previous witness was questioned about. What do you do about that? My belief is if you put the how to vote cards on display inside the polling booth.
Is it Tasmania that you're not allowed volunteers?
Tasmania has a tougher.
Tasmania doesn't have how to vote cards at all, and Tasmania doesn't have anyone on a polling booth on election day, and you can't have a sign within 100 metres of an election.
That's right. They're the outliers on this. I'm not one for banning that activity. That's not where I'm coming from. What I'm saying, and I think a lot of parties would disagree with my notion of putting these things up. There haven't been a lot of studies done on how to vote cards. I'll come to your question on violence in a moment. There was a study done in South Australia, I think in 2011, where something like 30 to 40% of people only take how to vote cards. And I think anecdotally, each and every one of you who work there would know that the phenomenon is that people don't take anything, an increasing number. The second thing is that only 40% of, I don't even think it's that high, I've got the number there somewhere, don't follow their how to vote cards. So the violence that you're talking about gets amplified when one side is copping a thrashing. So in a Queensland context, the 1974 state election was one which was bad for Labor and the tensions were high. 1975 up here, where Labor is reduced to one seat, would have been one where there's high tensions at the booths.
Sure.
Because people are animated to do something.
2001 federal election, Tampa.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. 1998,
Was up here.
there would have been, because, as the previous witness said, you know, the one nation, you tend to get that a bit. Your question was, what would you do about it? We have all sorts of rules given to the presiding officers at each booth about what they can do when scrutineers aren't obeying, taking their signs off or interfering with. I would give the presiding officer the power, if somebody feels that they're being violated outside, to go and see the presiding officer, who can then take action against it. Much of the conversation previously was about 20 people standing there doing a whole bunch of things to people coming in. I'm sorry, in my humble experience of it, if you've got 20 people on a polling booth, you are mad. Because they'll all end up talking to one another and won't do the business. It's far better to have 2, 3. That's about it.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
No, I don't think I have any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, John. I was just going to ask quickly if you can take us through the impact of an expansion specifically on peri-urban and outer suburban areas for voters. What do you think that will mean for electors if that expansion happens?
Well, by simply reducing it from, what is it now, about 160, 170,000 and many more, depending on your seat, it will reduce the size of the electorates by that definition, because it will create more seats. And that will make those seats a little bit more manageable. I have a soft spot for Maranoa because that seat is just absolutely and utterly massive. But equally, the seat of Blair goes from Ipswich to well into the Brisbane Valley at a time when there's massive urban growth occurring in that seat. The job for the member for Blair is trying to wrestle with the rural services demands whilst trying to urge government and the authorities to put in the services that are needed in the fast-growing areas. By simply reducing the size of that, it may mean, it's stupid to speculate on what boundaries would look like, but by compacting the areas, it enables those people those elected members to focus on a smaller area. That's by definition. So I think, therefore, it's a good thing. I'm sorry, I just think this business where, we can't get into the debate because the population's increased and people don't like us. Go out there and argue for it.
Thank you. Mr. Newman?
The AEC, John, the importance of you, as a state MP, dealt with mainly the ECQ. The AEC, the importance of it, and whether any improvements can be made to its operation from your observation.
I can't say much on the AEC. I always felt, as an observer of them, that they did a darn good job. If you want the AEC to correct the violence issue that you feel was attended to here, then it is one of empowering the local presiding officer. And I'm not in favour of registering people on how to vote cards, and because people give you a hand who are not necessarily involved in political parties, but they like you because you help them with the corner store or whatever it might be. If you're relying on me as a state MP and said, well, how many Labor Party members did you get, as opposed to how many friends and relatives, it was always the friends and relatives that outweighed everything else. And they didn't want to be registered any more than my wife did on the pecuniary interest register.
Thanks, Chair.
No questions from me. Thank
Have I convinced you or sent you all to sleep?
I think you have. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
John, I just had one.
Sure.
John, thanks for being here today. It's actually great to have Labor luminaries here in Ipswich.
I've never seen myself as a luminary, but
Us Queenslanders do. Although I suspect I might be off Rachel's Christmas card list, but never mind, we'll sort that out later. Just one question about the Queensland experience around polling booths, where they've now limited signage. Have you got any comments that might be helpful to the committee about that having played out recently?
again, in my part-time, I'm a photographer, and as a photographer, I like minimalism.
Okay. Noted. Thank you.
Do you want to quiz me about why citizens initiate a referendum are a stupid idea?
I think we got that evidence loud and clear, Dr. McKell. I don't know if that's been considered by this side of the table either. Thank you for your attendance today, and apologies for having the start a little bit later. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat. By the 9th of January, you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have opportunity to request corrections to any errors. Because we're running a little bit behind, I'll suspend proceedings until 2 p.m.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your service to the people.
2:01 p.m. And we'll now proceed to the committee session. Participants in this session have been invited to give a 5-minute statement to the committee, followed by questions. Please come to the table one at a time to give their statement. I would ask that participants then remain at the table to briefly answer any questions from the committee before we proceed to the next witness. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'll read an important disclaimer after the first witness finishes their evidence. So I call up first Mr. Arthur Needham. Mr. Needham, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Arthur John Needham, and I appear as a private citizen.
Thank you. Please provide your statement.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to this committee. There are a number of small changes to the document that I did present. I have read a number of submissions published, and certain areas of the original document required these minor changes. Due to the short amount of time, perhaps what I'm saying is slightly motherhood, but that's a time constraint. Preamble. The Australian election system is one of the safest and best in the world. It has a series of checks and balances from enrolling for elections, keeping the electoral rolls, method of safe voting before and on polling day, safe methods of supervised vote counting on election night, and safety and recounting to check election night counts. The system is compulsory and generally respected by all voters. The system itself, with preferential voting in the lower house and proportional representation in the upper house, is also generally understood, although perhaps the finer points of Herr Clark may not be known. This election, it's actually quite simple, isn't it, when you get to it? Yes, that's okay. This election presented some problems that need to be resolved rapidly before they become the norm in what was, in general, an orderly system. Failure to adequately control polling booth volunteers. I have long experience around the world in working within the electoral process and in Australia in general. The polling process for both volunteers and electors has been safe, quick and enjoyable experience. The ability of the system to process voters quickly and for voters to move through the process without great hassle has been a major feature of this system. Over many years, there has always been somewhat of an agreement between volunteers of all parties to work together to ensure a non-aggravating process for all. In recent elections, the rise of some minor parties has led to a minor loss of the previous cooperation between volunteers. In the electorate of Blair in 2025, the Federal Electoral Act failed, both at pre-polling and on the day. Here the so-called 6-metre rule is referred to. There is a summary that I've given a link to. That's from the AEC. However, once outside this distance, there is really no adequate control mechanism for party volunteers. In certain pre-polling and polling day booths, the LNP, and I use that party advisedly, had large numbers of volunteer workers aggressively approaching potential voters and at times other workers to extol the virtues of that party. These volunteers were highly organised, recruited from, in the case of the Blair electorate, out of the electorate, and if you believe what they said, from interstate. On one Saturday, they had for a time 24 workers at the Riverlink pre-polling station. Riverlink is just up the road. This made the process of voting uncomfortable for all and made other volunteers feel uncomfortable and at times threatened. This also seemed to embolden workers from some minor parties to be aggressive and at times grossly insulting to other volunteers, especially in the case of Riverlink female volunteers. There is an urgent need to legislate for the control of the multitudes and the aggressive behaviour. there is a need to extend the distance of control at polling booths, and within that designated distance the number of party workers at any one time. Shift changeovers are to be noted, of course. It must be limited, as well as limiting the number of election signs within the vicinity of designated polling booths of all types. It is suggested that 50 metres should be considered. This is the first time in Australia I have felt personally threatened at a polling booth. This can be easily controlled with a change in the Act. Fake and abusive advertising signs. There is a considered sport in elections of defacing or destroying election signs. This is, of course, against the law. However, in the Blair electorate, large numbers of ALP signs were destroyed, removed or defaced. Fundamentally, however, during this election, a large number of abusive, fake and outright lying anti-ALP signs proliferated. Whilst it may be accepted that in the election campaign a little largesse and some liberties should happen within the truth taken, the following failed. 1. The use of fake or deceptive contact details on certain signage. 2. The failure of the AEC to either react quickly enough during a campaign to combat the abuse of the current system. This failure to act with haste can and did in Blair at least allow for some signs to remain in place for considerable periods of time. Adequate fines for both of these points are available, or I should probably say adequate changes to make these complaints not happen. 1. Contact details must be available to be checked and recorded by a central authority so that complaint action can be taken rapidly. Noting privacy concerns, the contact details other than a name and address may be, for example, encoded on the sign for accurate and quick reaction from the AEC should a complaint be raised. 2. Election signs that do not conform must be removed as rapidly as possible, and by the application of point 1 above, this should be possible. If it is not done, then external action must be available. Noting the time limit on the presentation, this does not cover the emergent social media problems and the action of AI control on media data. If an opportunity arose, I would like to discuss these items further. Thank you.
We're a bit tight on time. Does anyone have a question that they'd like to ask of Mr. Needham?
Just one briefly. Sorry, thanks for your time today. What was your involvement or attendance at the polling booths? As a volunteer or as a voter?
Voter, volunteer and scrutineer.
And so who were you handing out for?
ALP.
Okay. And how many days did you go to the pre-poll at Riverland?
Pre-polling, I was restricted because my wife was quite ill at the time. Pre-polling, from memory, was 6 days.
You did 6 days?
Yes.
Well, that's good effort. Thank you.
Any questions? Yep.
I just have a quick one, and I do get the time. I'm making a dangerous assumption here, and I'm not meaning, and I don't want to cast an aspersion, but I suspect you've been around a while and seen a few election campaigns and sound like a dedicated volunteer to me. So the question relates to your suggestion that we restrict the number of volunteers or people working on a particular booth. Given the variability of booths, so some booths are easy to cover. Some may have 4 or 5 or 6 entrances, for example, and that's from my experience. How do you manage that part of it with there will be 2, 3 or 4 booth workers for each party on a booth? How do you manage that side of things and also not impinge on an individual's right to participate in the electoral system?
Firstly, I'd fire a question back, which you probably don't have the answer for. Most polling booths have a limited number of entries. Generally, the maximum I've seen in Australia is 3. If you say there are polling booths with up to 6 entries, well, I think they may be a very small number. If we look at past elections, and I will make a note to the committee here, I am a late convert to the ALP. I was a member originally of the Young Country Party and moved through the National Party and then the LNP, and I'm a late convert, so I've been on both sides.
Okay.
Yes, I've been in a lot of campaigns and a lot of, handing out votes, etc. I don't believe in modern times, given social media and given what is available on phones, etc., that you need more than a small handful of people at a polling booth these days. Now, you've raised the next point. People want to get involved in the electoral system. Well, given the fact that with LNP people, for example, at Riverlink and other places in Ipswich, where the traditional LNP volunteer disappeared and were taken over by these young volunteers from this church group, and I spoke to a number of them privately, the standard volunteers, certainly from the LNP, were driven out by these people. So the people that would normally volunteer were found to be not wanted. So if you want to volunteer in these things, with pre-polling now, there are plenty of days to volunteer for pre-polling. My belief is talking to a number of people on polling day, before polling day and after. It is quite strange that you see someone coming in a pair of thongs, pair of stubbies and a torn singlet, doesn't take a how to vote card, and you talk to them when they come out and they put their thumbs up and they show you their phone and I've got my how to vote card here. So there is, in changing circumstance, the fact that the number of volunteers that are needed within a polling booth is declining, but every party should have a number of volunteers, but certainly 24 at a polling booth that has got basically one entry area or maybe two for one party on a Saturday is, I'm sorry, ridiculous and fundamentally aggravating.
Yep, no, that's fine.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
The remaining witnesses for today, with the exception of Cassandra Bartlett and Chris Warwick, have requested to give evidence anonymously. Their names will be withheld and may not be identified. Their evidence will be broadcast and entered into Hansard. I am, however, directing those present here today that no photos, videos or other recording may be taken for the duration of the evidence. Failure to comply with this direction may be found to be a contempt of Parliament.
Going off right now.
Okay.
Sorry, just seemed very interesting timing. Sorry.
Okay.
When you
Are
were
we
just
all
told not to
clear?
do that. When you were just told not to do that. Sorry, just.
Sure. Are we all clear now that no photos? Yep. All right. Great. Thank you. I'll now call witness 3.
I assume that's me.
Witness 3.
Am I
Is this witness 3? Yep. Okay.
Yep.
She might not. You might need to tell her.
Am I allowed to state my name?
Well, I've been advised that these people don't want to say their name. They want to give evidence anonymously. If you wish to say your name, that's a matter for you. But the advice I've got here is that apart from the 2 names I mentioned earlier, is that we've got 5 or 6 people who don't wish to say their name. But if you wish to say your name, that's totally a matter for you. If you could please give a statement for.
Sure. My name is Madonna, and I work full-time for Shane Newman, just to be clear. I've done that on and off since 2011. I have known Shane for well over 30 years. We both met at the Ipswich Baptist Church. During the 2025 election, I was the campaign director for the ALP in Blair. It's a role I've performed previously. I think I have a pretty good connection with local branch members, the party, the unions, the local community, our key donors, community members who support Shane and volunteer for him. I love campaigning. Well, I did. I confess that the idea of an election these days makes me shudder. It's never been easy to campaign as a Labor person in Blair. It comprises rural areas of Ipswich, all of the Somerset region, we have a lot of small little country towns and villages. So I'm used to a certain amount of resistance from the public. Over recent years, we've been targeted specifically by the far right, including the National Socialist Network. They've personally targeted Mr Newman, left messages at his house. We have a growing number of sovereign citizens, and my staff and I have been subjected to threats. Let's just say we're on a first-name basis with the Queensland AFP liaison officers. I've been in Ipswich for a long time. I'm fairly well known in certain circles. I'm often the target of online abuse, gaslighting, bullying, whether it's by people associated with the LNP or One Nation, or even members of my own party. I'm used to the argy-bargy of local politics. They'd say I'm pretty tough. So when a whole lot of young, clean-cut men appeared on the pre-polls in their big tradie utes, working in a highly coordinated manner, my first thought was, it's a far right. Whether it was the National Socialist Network or some other fringe group. It was confusing at first because they all looked very similar. They erected, like temporary fencing. I thought it was scaffolding at first, and they would have big banners that were erected on it, targeting Mr Newman specifically. They were very much personal attacks, something we're used to. The problem I had was they were incorrectly authorised, and later we discovered featured the names and organisations that were fake. As we started challenging this with the AEC and began asking questions, we noticed the young men made efforts to appear in plain clothes while they were setting up all of the signage, so they were not associated necessarily with both the LNP and the incorrectly authorised material. But we have people here who witnessed guys disappear, suddenly reappear in a One Nation shirt, disappear, reappear in an LNP shirt. Now, of course, what surprised me at first was the sheer volume of people. Now, I know that there are times when you might attract a lot of volunteers because of activity or policies that are about. There are times when we are fortunate to have groups, third-party groups such as unions, who might volunteer for us, but they're volunteering across the state. So to have 30 plus people on one booth, not just one booth, on all of the pre-poll booths at any given time was shocking. It was overwhelming. I noticed on election day, we have 51 booths, and some of them are tiny little booths in the country. You might get 200, 300 voters, if that. On these little booths, we try to have 2 to 3 people at any given time. So you might have 5 people rostered on, but they're rostered at different times. The other parties are the same, and history has shown me they will either not have the volunteers to staff those booths, or they will have just 1 or 2 like us. This time, we had booths in Comminia, for instance, maybe 300, 400 voters, and there were like 15 or 16 volunteers in LNP shirts. And that's a country town out in the west where, even though the LNP has a lot more members in the Somerset, I've never known them to be able to put that many people on booths. And it was across the board. All 51 booths reported back to me that there was a major influx of predominantly young people all dressed in LNP blue. So that was shocking. It was intimidating and very different. As the days went on throughout the pre-poll period, we started reading about the Plymouth Brethren. So we started wondering, maybe not the far right, maybe these are from these Plymouth Brethren, and we didn't know much about them. At the same time, we received into our office an email from a guy named Todd, who had left the Plymouth Brethren locally, had moved to Sydney. He'd been excommunicated and he offered to assist. So when I had a photo, this mostly happened after the election, I would send him a photo or a screenshot from videos, and he would then tell me who they were and whether they were Plymouth Brethren, and often how they were related to him. We also received an online submission from a Leon Atwood on 21st of April. Now, this was a volunteer form that comes via the party, and they get directed automatically to the relevant campaign. So he was called by one of the staff and he indicated he was keen to volunteer. Nicole, who is here, spoke with him as she was coordinating pre-poll rosters, and he indicated he was a bit too swamped to be able to put his name on a roster, but it might be good to be added to group chats so that he could just pop in when it was needed. So by this stage, all the spidey senses were on edge, and I called him. Never got through. So he and I texted, and I do have copies of those interactions. I was very polite. I explained I couldn't just have him, a stranger, suddenly, sliding into our DMs, so to speak. I needed to know who he was. He needed to introduce himself to me, and I need to verify who he was. I suggested he turned up to a candidates forum that was being held that night, organised by faith organisations at one of the local churches. He did not appear. Nobody came to introduce themselves to me as a willing volunteer. In fact, nobody from the LNP turned up, not even the candidate who had been a senior pastor of a church. So, it was, trust me when I tell you, we are made up of people of faith within my branch. We have no problem with religion. But I digress. I asked this guy, Todd, who's in Sydney, if he knew this Leon. Turns out they were first cousins. He confirmed where he lived, which is what it said on the volunteer form. And he said he would never support the Labor Party, and I can't imagine why he would want to volunteer for you. Of course, I knew why. He was probably trying to gather intel. After the election, we also had an Andrew Hornbuckle email, and that email's in my submission. He confirmed he was a senior member, Todd confirmed to me he was like a leader. They don't have official leaders in their organisation, but Andy was a senior member of the Plymouth Brethren. I sent him a copy of the video that I supplied, and he identified that he was one of the men who was laughing and egging on the One Nation fellow we called Daryl while he was tormenting my volunteers. And in his email, he said to Shane, to Mr Newman, while offering to have coffee with him, that he had a very pleasant experience in the election and got on quite well with members from other parties. There was nothing pleasant about the experiences that my team and I had. We've battled the birth and flourishing of One Nation in this city. We've endured the rise of the far right and their personal attacks on us. We continue to endure the gaslighting and abuse that is meted out personally, and it is personal. A lot of it's targeted directly to me. I mentioned by name. We're pretty tough and we're hardened to this stuff. But this was unheard of. I'd never seen anything like it. The personal abuse, the heckling of people as they went to vote, the tormenting of my volunteers. It was absolutely mind-blowingly different to any experience that I've had. It was more like a war zone than it was a polling booth. And I believe that's a direct result of the coordinated approach between the LNP and the Plymouth Brethren. I could also go on about the inadequacy of the AEC, whether it was lack of toilet facilities, whether it was their inability to control what was happening right outside the booth, and their determination to actually not get involved. I could go on about the appropriateness of the locations, the inappropriateness. Some of them were just not set up to be booths. And I appreciate it's a once every 3-year event, but we really need to do better. We know elections are going to happen. So for the sake of democracy, I just hope that we can all do better.
Thank you, Witness 3. I just had one question. You mentioned that the Plymouth Brethren were setting up in LNP shirts and putting up Liberal signs and other signs which had the incorrect authorisation. Are they the Morgan C. Jonas signs that you've put in your submission?
Some of them were the Jonas.
Yep.
Some of them were the Ian Rankin signs, and out at Esk, which is a little country town, there was a pre-poll for 1 week. I went out there on the first day, and after the LNP candidate declaring black and blue to me, to Mr Newman, to the AEC, that he had no knowledge of where these badly authorised signs and often, made up names, where they came from. But at Esk, there were three corflutes altogether, 2 authorised by the LNP, 1 in the middle authorised by one of these fake people, attached to the same materials. Yep. They were all together, and he told me I can't control what my volunteers do. I can control what my volunteers do, and I'm not the candidate, but they stayed up for the whole week. No efforts were made to remove them. So, yeah.
So there was a coordination between Brethren and the LNP. And
it was only as we started challenging that we noticed people made a bigger effort. I watched a couple of guys on the mall in Ipswich, what was the mall, where there was a pre-poll. They were packing up, and one of these young strangers to me was just packing up A-frames, including some of the badly authorised ones. And I stopped and I thought, oh, this is great, I'm going to witness this. And then everyone around him, I think an LNP member said, no, not ours. And he went, no, this is ours, we put it. It's not ours, leave it alone. So sometimes I would hang around there waiting for the big utes that were there to come closer and pack them up, but never actually witnessed that happened. But there was certainly a lot of coordination and then efforts to make it look like there was none.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Any questions, Mr. Nell? Sorry, Deputy Chair. I'll go to the Deputy Chair first, sorry.
You talked about the incorrectly authorised signs. What action did the AEC take about that when you referred that to them?
I referred it to the AEC and to my party headquarters, because the local AEC would come out and check it. They would go, yep, this is wrong, and they would then ask everyone, whose sign is this?
So they did take action?
No action. They tried. Everybody refused to acknowledge they were part of it, even though I'd found evidence of them actually being attached to the same posts at other locations. Nothing was done as such, which is why I sent it to my party headquarters so they could take further legal action.
So what ended up happening with those signs?
Nothing. And that was one of the inadequacies
of the AEC. So they remain incorrectly authorised?
Yep.
Okay.
Every now and then you'd see a sticker appear, same incorrect names, just a more detailed address.
Okay. You mentioned in your submission that there were a lot of errors during the counting of the vote. Do you have confidence in the final result of the vote?
I do, because we got them to recount on very many occasions. So after all the recounts, I was confident it was correct, but it took quite some time before we had any level of confidence.
So how long did the vote the count take to complete in this seat?
I couldn't tell you. I don't have that information on me.
Okay, we can check the date of declaration.
I'll have to stop you there, Deputy Chair.
I just got one further question. You say in your submission that you were offered coffee and snacks by LNP volunteers, and then say that you thought that that was offensive. Why was that offensive?
It's not offensive for a volunteer to offer me something. I shared my food and drink. It's when they go round the line of people who've come to vote and offer them food and drink while wearing their party material. I thought that was incredibly inappropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on this side? Just worry of time. I think I'll just go to Mr. Burnell, and that's it.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go to the number of people on the polling booth. And I don't want to box certain groups as potential perpetrators of turning up en masse. So is there merit in limiting the number of volunteers any one candidate can have at any polling booth or pre-polling location for future elections to ensure that the voter experience is upheld, but also to try and help mitigate some of the issues that have been experienced by volunteers of all persuasions at polling booth locations?
Yeah, it's a good question. I know in the past we were able to just chat with the candidate, and agree that maybe like the North Ipswich location pre-poll is abominable. It really doesn't. It's very difficult to staff logistically. And so we would all make an agreement. In fact, I think once the AEC tried to tell us we couldn't have any volunteers there because of the behaviour, and we all went in and agreed that we would limit it to 2, I think, at any given time, and that or 3, back when, anyway, it was a number of years ago. But I think in the past, we've been able to chat with candidates and talk about maybe limiting how many people we have, where we park, what we can do to improve the voter experience. And most people are pretty good at handling that. Not so much the One Nation guy named Darryl. He abused me when I tried to suggest that it wasn't great for volunteers to park where the voters wanted to park. But I think, given the way this carried out, we might have to look at limiting volunteer numbers if that's going to be the behaviour. Whatever keeps everyone safe, I think that's the important part.
Thank you.
I'll have to end it there. Thank you very much, Witness 3. And I'll call Witness 4. Feel free to give your statement and we'll ask some questions.
Thank you. All right, so my name is Michael Watkins. Everyone calls me Mick. That's what I'm known as. I work for Shane Newman in his electorate office. During the 2025 election, I was responsible for the teams erecting signs along roadsides and also in people's residential properties. I also ran the Raceview pre-poll booth. This came about once we just realised the amount of numbers of the LNP people on site. By about the end of the second week of the campaign, I'd noticed a lot of really negative signs going out along the roadsides that were personally attacking Mr Newman. They were not authorised by the LNP, but they were going up alongside the LNP corflutes, most times on the same stakes with the same screws, even attached to the same stakes in multiples. It was at that time I noticed that a lot of our signs were being destroyed. By ours, I mean Mr Newman's ALP signs. Since Council has allowed roadside election material, we've noticed that they do get targeted by juveniles and just delinquents in general. There has been a lot of, for want of words, argy-bargy between the various parties where they accuse us of destroying theirs, we accuse them of destroying ours. But in my experience, it does tend to be the result of just antisocial behaviour. I've even at times had to chase kids off that I've physically witnessed just driving around ripping our signs out. I'm like, dude, leave that alone. But I have noticed the intensity changed around the time that these new negative signs started to come out. We were getting reports often throughout the day that large numbers of our signs were being removed or destroyed. I would head out at night to replace them, and within an hour they were destroyed again. My team and I just could not keep up and didn't feel that it was opportunistic or random. It felt coordinated and targeted. It was widespread as well, occurring across most of the electorate at the same time. So there was more than just a couple of people putting up those signs. On a number of occasions, I would come across the LNP guys in their giant tradie utes while I was out replacing signs throughout the night. Oops, sorry. And I recognised most of their vehicles by makes, models, number plates or partial number plates, and knew these vehicles had been seen on the booths as well. They would follow me around in my car while I was doing those signs or repairing signs. At times I would have one of my colleagues, Nicole, or even Madonna with me. Not so much that I was fearful for my safety, but just more so we had someone with us to watch what was going on. While we were driving around, obviously, I didn't want to drop those guys off at home just for fear that they were following us many times, so I didn't want them to know where Madonna or Nicole or any of the other people that were with me were living, as it was pretty intense to have a string of large utes behind me. I set up Raceview pre-poll and had done it before, as it's not far from my house. I was pretty satisfied with how it was always done. It was mainly just myself and Madonna doing the work. Around 7 a.m. one morning, at least 6 tradie utes arrived, some with trailers. There must have been at least 12 or so people. They erected temporary fencing to act as signage walls, some of which were 2 stories high, by 2 stories, 2 levels, which they erected banners and call flutes, some belonging to the candidate, others authorised by third party, incorrectly authorised, I might say. It was a well-coordinated effort that, and they were young, clean-cut guys, and to be honest, a lot of them looked alike, and I assumed that they were related. They then parked their cars, and some came back wearing LNP shirts, while a few others came back wearing One Nation shirts. Throughout the 2 weeks, I witnessed these guys disappear, reappear in different shirts throughout the campaign. The volunteers were clearly shared between the One Nation and LNP, even some of them through some of the minor parties. I've never seen these people at any other election. In the previous 2 years, we've had numerous state, council, general and by-elections and even the referendum. So I felt fairly familiar with most of the various volunteers. These guys were new to me. They were not inclined to be social. When you are standing at a polling booth, volunteers will start chatting amongst themselves and we get to know each other, but not these guys. They did not understand the rules, as in the 6 metre rule. They would walk into the booth wearing party material. I have queried this with the AEC. One AEC staff member told me that she had invited them in to witness something internally. I challenged whether they should be wearing party material. I believe a senior officer in charge had to address this breach, as the lady later came out and apologised to me that that was wrong. The LNP volunteers did not understand why they had to stick behind the chalk line, which was made by the AEC, to make it clear of the boundaries. In the end, a lot of the volunteers started hanging around the car park. They intercepted voters before they even left their cars, thrusting how to vote cars into windows. They shouted at voters, harassed them if they refused to take their material, and berated anyone who had a ALP or Greens how to vote in their hand. On a number of occasions, these guys would surround Mr Newman, standing so close that he couldn't even move his arms, let alone interact with voters. They did this with a number of our volunteers, including, and if you tell her this, she'll get very cranky at me, 4'11" wife. She's very short. They came very close and tried to intimidate. Then I spent a lot of time with Shane, Mr Newman, to guard against the physical intimidation. This did not stop the chanting of things like shame, Shane, and other verbal insults. It felt to me more like a war zone or extreme obstacle course than a polling booth. It was clear a lot of people, especially women and elderly people, felt intimidated. I even watched people leave the line and go back to their cars. Thank you.
Thanks, witness 4. I'm fine for questions. Yep, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you. The signs that you mentioned which were incorrectly authorised, are you able to tell us what the authorisations were?
Ian Rankin, by doing searches, didn't exist. And there was another one, I cannot remember the name, but it was put on a red sticker and it was still an incorrect one as well. I just can't remember the name on that one. I do apologise.
If you can recall it later, maybe you could provide
Yeah,
it.
no problem at all.
You can provide it on notice. That'd be great.
Yeah.
But it was very clear that these incorrectly authorised ones
Yes.
were being put up with and in connection with the signage put up by the LNP.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Senator Mulholland.
I just have one quick question. I visited the Race View pre-poll to hand out how to vote cards, and when I was there I witnessed some signage that was particularly personal and offensive. It was cartoon characters drawn of Mr. Newman, placed, I would call them supersized sizes of cornflakes of what I saw. It's probably the most personal, offensive stuff I've seen in my now 21 years of being a member of the Australian Labor Party. What I also saw was that material affixed to a temporary fence that was moved in.
Yes, correct.
Was that obviously I was just there I'd come in for the day or two. Was that fence ordinarily there?
No, so they came in early in the piece once the incorrectly authorised signs came in. They came in with utes. They erected that temporary fence
When you say they,
they came in plain clothes, then changed into LMP clothing.
right. So they were moving a physical structure that wasn't there.
Yes.
A fence that was existing. They brought in their own fence to put this up.
Correct.
And I was there sort of towards, I think, the end of the first week.
Yes.
Did the AEC take a view about this signage?
So they did try and say something about it, but again, everyone denied owning the signs, owning the fencing, didn't exist, wasn't us.
Except it being like 5 metres long and 2 metres high.
Yeah, well, a standard temp fence is 2.4 metres tall, and at times they double heighted them. So they were literally over 4 metres tall, where the AEC did state that that had to come down because it was a safety risk, because it was so high without proper structures to it.
Sure. But the AEC was essentially powerless to remove
them.
Structure that was brought into it.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, everyone. We're just working on the next witness. So I might go to witness number 6. Yeah. No, because hang on.
Suspend.
I just need to suspend proceedings 1 minute. Thank you. Can you please?
You're all a bit blurry now, but thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm going to give you a statement, then we might ask some questions.
Yeah. My name is Kerry Silver. I'm a campaign volunteer of 25 plus years. I've been a booth worker. I'm a former local government council candidate and councillor. I'm an electorate officer in Shane Newman's office, and I'm a true believer in the democratic process of electing our governments, whether the candidate I am supporting is elected or not. Having worked on election campaigns for over 25 years, the 2025 federal election in Blair was particularly unusual in the manner in which volunteers from the LNP and FON, One Nation, conducted themselves. The role of the booth volunteer is part of the democratic process, in my opinion. When helping to hand out how to vote cards, we are offering an opportunity to those in our community who may not know as much about the electoral process or their candidates or their preferences, how that works in the voting system. I believe it's a vital role. During the 2025 pre-poll, there were high levels of intimidation and unfair restrictions put in place by adjoining businesses about who could be in front of that business. There was harassment of a sexual and personal nature, which was then not well managed by candidates and the AEC when official complaints were made. At the North Ipswich Riverlank AEC pre-poll, I was in attendance every day from the 22nd of April until the 2nd of May. I volunteered as a booth captain on polling day at the East Ipswich State School. At pre-poll, all the ALP booth workers would typically arrive around 5:30 to 6, and each day there was 20 to 30 LNP or blue shirt people on the booth every day, predominantly men. During my time on this booth, I witnessed and was also the victim of harassment and bullying. I witnessed and experienced actions that caused mental harm and intimidation. I was personally harassed by the One Nation volunteer called Daryl every day about my personal weight and appearance. After a particularly heavy day of this behaviour and the LNP volunteers laughing with him and encouraging him, I finally made a complaint to the AEC. The comments were things like, "You're so big you cover all of Pauline, you're so fat that you cover a core flute, your ass is so big that you create a shadow on Pauline." One LNP worker said that I was a secret weapon to cover their core flutes. Then the FON guy said, "I need a photo or video of her so I can show everyone, but I don't know how." An ALP volunteer then showed him how to use his phone to take a photo. There were all these men just laughing at me. When I made a complaint to the AEC, they seemed to not have a resolution to the situation, except to say the candidate would be there the next day. The candidate came for about an hour and a half at best, and the AEC didn't enforce the candidate remaining with the volunteer who continued to be on site. Never in my 25 years have I seen this many LNP voters on a single booth. It is completely unusual to have this swarm of LNP volunteers all in their blue shirts. It should be noted that these were mostly males in attendance, and the LNP women workers, who were few and far between, stood on the periphery and were often directed to go out and wave at people on the roads away from what was the blue tunnel. At Riverlink pre-poll, the FON volunteer each day would put a life-size image of Pauline Hanson up and signage in front of the business Q-Tax. Once Pauline was in place, he wouldn't let anyone stand in front of it or near the cutout unless you were LNP or FON. If I did, he would berate and harass me about my weight and odour. And I do use deodorant a lot. He seemed to make a deal with the owner of the business so he could place his signage in front, but only One Nation and LNP could stand in front of Q-Tax. He told us that we, Labor, couldn't be in front of Q-Tax, which was enforced by the business operator. The business was directly adjacent to the polling booth, and the 6-metre line was in front of this business. The placement of all these LNP and One Nation signs also, there's a whole lot of A-frames placed in front of that, which also created a trip hazard, made it difficult for prams, wheelchairs, the wheelie walkers as well. Every day we had 20 to 30 LNP people. The Riverlink pre-poll site is not a logical polling booth site and logistically difficult. It is located in close proximity to a busy medical centre, Red Cross donation centre, the local AEC office. Parking is limited, forcing people to park in the main shopping centre and have to navigate to walk to the booth. The LNP volunteers were situated at every single point where a person could come into the site, including in the middle of roundabouts, on traffic islands, and this forced people to take an unsafe route across to the booth, including trampling garden beds. The pathway into the centre was lined either side by a wall of men in LNP shirts and all their signs. Cars often drove into these signs and they created a trip hazard. When we mentioned not to cross the 6 metre line, because they would do that to go and, you know, if somebody walked in front or walked around them, they would then go and give them their cards, and we'd say, you can't do that. And they would just say things like, who's going to stop me? What are you going to do about it? Voters often commented that they didn't want to go down this blue tunnel as they felt unsafe, anxious about the amount of blue people on either side. FON volunteer Darryl kept telling young women that if they didn't take his how to vote, they couldn't vote. And more than one time I had to tell the young voters that that wasn't the case and that they didn't need to take anything if they didn't want to. At every opportunity, if people avoided the blue tunnel, they would run to the voters when they were parking their cars and shove LNP pamphlets into their faces. They could barely get out of their cars. The AEC would tell them to not do it, but it was ignored. Women were especially very scared, and I witnessed at least 3 occasions where women just would leave the polling centre. Often I would see women stop when they saw the tunnel and just turn around and leave the booth. I had LNP volunteers shout over the top of me when I was trying to talk to voters, and in particular women voters, about women-related issues. We tried to discuss this with LNP voters, volunteers, and they wouldn't listen. Essentially, they did as they pleased without care or concern for others. It appeared to me that the AEC staff were poorly trained and often overwhelmed. The AEC did not stop LNP voters entering the booth in their party shirts. I felt my complaints about harassment and abuse were not taken seriously and handled poorly. The Riverlink pre-poll site didn't have good disability access as it has a curb up to the site and no curb ramp. It's often made it difficult for aged voters or people wheelchairs and walkers to get into there from safe disability parking areas. On election day, I arrived at about 5 a.m. And measured the 6 metre from the first door of the East Ipswich State School Hall. However, when the AEC officer in charge arrived at site, she was hostile towards to me and to other volunteers when we were trying to talk about where we were able to set up. She appeared with a printout from the legislation and put up on a walled entryway to comply with AEC standards, which requires the entire school rounds were the polling booth. To comply with this, the volunteers would have to be on the roadway, as this was 6 metres from the fence. This booth also had exceptionally high numbers of LNP workers on site, when it was most typical to have at best 4 LNP volunteers on any booth. And it was more like about 16 on the election day. None of these people were known to the other. It was a joint booth captain, and he'd worked on that site for many years. My general observations in relation to this election is that the AEC struggled to meet its obligations of running a free and safe election. Polling sites need to be better allocated, monitored, and specific areas for how to vote volunteers to be allocated that are also part of the polling site, and that should take into consideration safety for all. All sites should allow volunteers who are on site all day to have access to toilets. There were excessive numbers of LNP volunteers, which created an intimidating scene that created fear for a lot of voters. The AEC staff were not well trained to manage situations, and complaint management about booth volunteers could be better managed, including following up on the complainant and a copy of the complaint you've made. The site location of the pre-poll for North Ipswich, again I have a map of it, is completely inadequate, and the interference by the business should ensure that it never is used into the future. The sites for pre-poll locations should be better sited and not allow interference from third parties. It's also too busy for other business that needs to be conducted there, which puts everyone in danger, and it doesn't have mobility for the voters.
Very evidence, and I just want to say on behalf of myself, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone, but I'm sure we'd all think the same way. I'm really sorry you had to go through those personal attacks on yourself from others during what was a really important occasion for you to be involved in. That must have been very difficult to go through. So thank you for sharing, having the courage to share that with us. Does anyone have a question? Yep.
Sorry, you talked about women being scared because of some of this behaviour, comments about appearance, harassment and abuse, and then you talked about some of that being of a sexual nature. Can you take us through that?
There was another volunteer that the gentleman put his elbow, like his arm and elbow, into her lap, and she asked him to remove it, and he refused to remove it. I believe other witnesses have accounts of that as well, of that behaviour.
And all of these types of behaviour, so the women being scared, comments about appearance, harassment, abuse, as you described, that was all conveyed to the AEC?
I believe so, yes.
And the AEC indicated that they conveyed that to the candidate?
In my incident, they did. They had said that they conveyed it, and he was to be there all day the next day, like be with his volunteer, and he was there for an hour and a half.
Okay. So.
And it just felt like they didn't follow up or do anything,
So, in your experience, the candidate, did not follow the advice?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
One comment from the Deputy Chair.
And can I say that the treatment that you suffered is outrageous and shouldn't be countenanced from any perspective, and so...
Thank you.
Thank you for being a loyal volunteer. We're on the other side of politics, but...
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't want any of my volunteers to go through that either. A couple of the things that you said effectively one of them's an assault. Was that referred to any of the authorities?
Which one? My incident?
No. The placing of the elbow in the...
It's my understanding that they did discuss it.
With the authorities?
Personally, it didn't occur to me. He would just say comments to me.
Yeah.
I didn't have a physical touch from him.
I seriously get your frustration with the system, but the AEC have a line, as you know, where they have control within the line, and they have an outside. It's civil authorities that control what happens outside, which is where we all operate, because we have to operate outside the 6 metre line. That's the demarcation. And the AEC have a role to manage things inside. If people were wearing their T-shirts or their paraphernalia inside, we all know that shouldn't happen. That's the way it works, and that should be properly managed, as you've quite rightly said.
Yeah.
So my question goes to, where do we manage what happens outside the 6 metres? How would you say, as someone who's been around for a few elections, how do we manage that side of things? I mean, you made the point about the AEC said the candidate would be there the next day. I don't think the AEC can determine where a candidate goes. It's not the AEC's job. The candidate works out their program for the period of pre-poll. That's what I do as a candidate, and as someone working on a booth. The AEC doesn't determine where I should be at any point in time. That's not their job, and I would be very worried if they were. So, but how should we look at the way the system works to manage what's happening outside the 6 metres, because that's what we're discussing?
Yeah. I would think that maybe it's appropriate to have people better educated on what are current standards as well. I did not see at any time where that person who did the behaviour was actually spoken to by the AEC, essentially. And I think if you are a polling booth volunteer, there should be a code of conduct, perhaps, and how you're able to actually do that. And I would think that the AEC needs to also manage perhaps beyond the 6 metre line, because if they're saying the 6 metres is where exclusion zone is.
That's what the law says.
Well, that's right. But then, you know, maybe there needs to be, you know, areas where they do have some control. I know in Queensland, I think it was the last state election, we actually had people from the Queensland Electoral Commission, and their job was actually to go and monitor the outside of the sites, making sure where the you know, materials were put up and things like that. I believe in Queensland there are restrictions. I know there are restrictions on how many signs you can have and things like that. But they seem to be a lot more conduct, you know, in that. You had somebody who was patrolling those areas and whose role it was from that commission to actually say, no, take it down, you have to remove it.
Okay, so
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
I've now got Cassandra Bartlett. Thank you, Ms. Bartlett.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Barrett. I'm here to share my experience as a voter. On the 26th of April, I went to vote at the Ipswich, North Ipswich, pre-polling booth. The path to the booth had volunteers lining both sides. I had my 3-year-old son with me. He had to cling to my leg as we walked because there wasn't much space on the footpath. There was a sea of LNP volunteers. Trying to walk, they would lean in as we walked past and they'll put how to vote cards in my face. I politely replied no thank you, kept walking. Then they started hitting me in the back with them. So I had to pick up my son and kind of just cradle him and go through this channel of LNP volunteers. I went inside. I mean, just listening to that, obviously I didn't know there was a 6 metre exclusion and they can't help outside, but I went inside and asked, who can I speak to about a complaint? I was pointed to a male AEC worker. I don't remember his name, but I explained what just happened. He sighed and said, yeah, we've gotten heaps of complaints about that, and then he walked off. I felt really intimidated and unsafe. I just wanted to cry. I was trying to vote. I just thought I'd take my kid, go vote, go shopping, a normal Saturday. I was also going through domestic violence at home, so I found the whole thing very triggering. The Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918, under section 245 subsection 1 states, it shall be the duty of every elector to vote at each election. Australians deserve to feel safe to vote, no ifs, ands or buts.
Thank you very much for taking the time today and giving your evidence. I just want to, particularly from the experience of a voter, we've had a lot of verbal evidence from volunteers and electoral participants, but as a voter, how has that sort of left you feeling about our electoral processes? Are you more or less likely to vote at the next election because of what you went through?
I feel like I'd want to just postal vote.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had that experience voting before. Some people will say, hey, vote for us, and you're like, yep, cool, no thanks, walk in, do your thing. But this one was very intense. You're trying to drive in, there's people on a roundabout. This guy tripped off the roundabout and I almost hit him. You're trying to drive up and there's a line of them, there's 20 of them on one booth. It was very intimidating. And then you've got a footpath, they're lined both sides. It's not much space. And just trying to walk through it was just horrible.
Yeah. What would you have expected? You've gone and done your research about the Electoral Act, but what would you have expected the AEC to do in the instance where you made that complaint?
So I had been volunteering on the Queen Street Mall booth. I do know that they would come out and kind of mitigate people outside, if you're blocking areas and people couldn't get through, they'd kind of come and talk. So in my experience, I thought, they might be able to say, no, let's not hit people. I mean, it shouldn't be a conversation, but let's not hit people with pamphlets while they're trying to come vote. You want to encourage people to vote regardless what party.
And in your experience, where the AEC had done that in other places, there was usual compliance, but in this instance, they didn't even go out and chat to them. Is that right?
He's just yep, we've had heaps of complaints about that, and walked off.
And did you get any impression that did he walk off because they'd already gone out before and had these conversations, or no?
No, I went out and the member for Ipswich West, Wendy Bourne, was there. So I went and had a conversation with her, and she said, yeah, no, it's getting the complaints, but nothing was happening. So she helped sort of walk us to our car.
Thanks for sharing. Deputy Chair.
Just quickly, Gerard.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Caldwell.
Sandra, thanks for your time. Just tell us, as a young mum, what are the features of a polling booth that you would like to see? Like, what are the key things you want to see when you get to the polling booth, or the layout, the parking? Just talk us through some of those practical things, if you could.
Parking, like it was a small car park that was also for a medical centre, so there wasn't parking there. You kind of had to park at the shopping centre and, you know, walk through, you know, high traffic area. Accessibility, like I'm lucky that my son was walking, but if, you know, I had a pram, disabled, and maybe less volunteers. Like if there's a footpath, maybe have rules that you can only line one side and not both sides. Just make it so you can actually, because obviously you still want, you know, the parties to be able to say, hey, here's a how to vote card, but you also want to give people space where they feel safe to vote.
Thank you.
Any questions down this end?
I'm so sorry for what you went through. It's unacceptable. Have you ever done anything like this before and come to speak to a parliamentary committee?
No, this is my first time.
So would it be fair to say that you're doing it because you felt so outraged by what happened to you? You want to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yes, when I heard that you were doing an inquiry into it, I wanted to give my part that hopefully in the future, I don't know what changes can happen, but make it so it is a better experience. You know, people should feel safe to vote.
Thank you. I think we're very grateful to people for sharing their experiences and for showing how much they value the importance of the democratic process. Thanks, Cassandra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. I now call Chris Warwick and witness 7. Please give your statement of up to 5 minutes, and then we might have some questions.
How you going, guys? I'm Chris Warwick. I was the booth captain at City Hope Church in Ripley. To cut it short and sweet, everyone's pretty much covered with what I was going to say, but it was like a war zone. I was pretty much overwhelmed with the signage, the attitude of the LNP with how they were carrying on towards the public, and it was quite disgusting.
What do you think the impact of all that was on voters? Like, did you see voters that were...
Voters were actually coming to us of complaining of the LNP signage. They were saying, excuse my language, what's all this shit? And I said, it's nothing to do with us. And
Who was that? We're off. Okay. Yeah.
yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No worries, mate. That's all right. Yeah.
Sorry about that interruption. So, getting back to with what you said, can you repeat your question?
Oh, I was just wondering of the impact on voters, because I mean...
Okay, so the impact on the voters on the day, they come towards us and they were pretty much like very frightened to actually go in and vote, because where my booth was, LNP was pretty much right on the ramp before you go up to the door. And it was like an aggressive attack that they were doing to the public, and we were to the side, and it was just like they were pretty much like hawks and pretty much getting their prey at the end for the public to go in. And I to my word, I felt it was wrong.
Do you feel like there should be some standards of behaviour?
My word, because I've done state elections, I've done local elections as well, and this election pretty much overwhelming.
Any questions? No. Did you have anything?
First of all, I just want to thank you for keeping me safe today. I have been in severe domestic violence, and I did volunteer for Shane at the same booth as Chris.
Witness Evans, my adoptive mum.
I just thought it was quite aggressive on that day. It was raining, we got soaked, and the LNP had umbrellas, and they were actually going up to the voters with the umbrellas, and that's fair enough, but they were pushing us out of the way to give our how to vote cards, and I felt very frightened because they were very pushy, and they weren't sort of letting us in to help hand our cards out.
It was an aggressive attack with what they were doing towards the public.
So pushing umbrellas into our faces so that we didn't get a say.
Like, don't get me wrong, it stormed on the day. I appreciate the LNP of sharing their shelter and all that. But at the end of the day, it was an aggressive attack that they were doing towards the public to try and get their votes away from us to get the...
We've had evidence of sort of the physical barriers.
Yeah.
That was what you experienced.
Yes.
Yeah. And
using their bodies to block you.
And towards the end of the day, I had a lot of LNP, just sexual innuendos towards me. Was not happy about that. They were too close to me. I have my barrier because I have complex PTSD, and I felt very unsafe on that day. So it's sort of, I was volunteering my time, but felt unsafe, and I feel like if a volunteer should feel safe at a place like that. There was also kids there. It was a church, and the kids were like, come to our church. And that's what they were pushing voters. Come to our church. And that's not what people are there for.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Dr. Ryan. No?
Any questions?
Thank you so much. Did they say which church it was?
City Hope Church at Ripley.
That was the booth?
Yes.
Yeah, no, but sorry, I think that was it.
Yeah, so there were a lot of young kids, and they were like, come to our church, you know. They were trying to get voters to go to their church on that particular day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence. If any of you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 9th of January? I think you have.
Stuff
okay.
too.
Thank you. There's two people that need to give evidence, but we will just need to resolve to hear that. They've requested it to be heard in camera, so I'll just go through a process here. I declare this public hearing closed. I suspend the conduct of the committee, and we'll need to empty the room. If I don't see you, thank you all.